Oh my god. Hello, hi. Is everything okay? Is everything double checking audio? Hello, hello. Yeah, all right, we're good. Wait, why can't I hear anything? There we go. Um, I should have loaded this earlier because now it's gonna take a minute to load. Oh well. Fuck, I was in the middle of a fight. I'm so tired. I'm sleepy today. I'm sleepy today. I might just do the rest of this dungeon and then just probably call it there. We're probably gonna do a short stream. Whoa, everything's loading. All right, while this loads. Clicking on this, clicking on this, clicking on this, clicking on this. Just need to save some settings that we've got over here. Alrighty, we're done. Video game time. I had a plan devised.
Light on my feet.
So this is the plan, alright? First things first, we need a heal. Do we need a short rest or...
What comes now?
No, we could just go for a regular heal. Alright, that works. So here's what I'm thinking, right? I was going to do... I have to do time stop Suwarudo. But first, I have to activate some things. What do you have? I need to give you potions of accuracy. And then I need to give this chick potion of speed. Where'd it go? Just in case everyone's getting some potions. Okay.
Better make my next move.
Alright, what have we got? What have we got? Asterion, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. We gotta move in.
What path lies before me?
Now we move in. Right, that. Save for all the buffs. All the prepping. Alright, this is about to be critical. Enter turn-based mode. Woo! Oh god, the fucking teleporter thing's down there. Okay. Who's not sneaking?
There's no time to waste. Mustn't let anyone see.
Bit of caution never hurt.
Okay. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Should we be closer? I feel like we should be closer. We're already in turn-based mode.
Still in shadow.
Oh, I can shadow step her. Or I mean Misty Step. Ugh. Squirrel with that pizza. Thank you. Have a good stream. Won't be on until later. No problem, Squirrel. Have a great afternoon. Always nice to see you. This costs my action, that costs a bonus action. Now I'm gonna move her farther in.
Not one false move.
Best think ahead, or I'm lost.
Gonna move myself also farther in. Oh, I'm in a good position to sunbeam right here. No, I'm blocked actually. Should I dash? It's 14 meters. I moved about that much. I could just hop over. It's fine.
What's next, I wonder?
Now Shadow Heart. I gotta put her up here.
Tread softly.
So I can try and... What's the polymorph range? I have to wait for the displacer beast to come in closer. That is a-okay. Some grease right here would also be good. It'd be good choke.
Well, hello.
In the meantime... Sharpshooter all in. We gotta go all in on the big guy. Is this it? Are we doing it? We're doing it. This is it. This is 22 to 47 damage. This is my hardest hitting attack. Oh boy, should I end their turns first? Well, yeah, right, because their position, they're... Oh god. Cancel, 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 cancel. Oh god. I clicked myself by accident. That's so fucking stupid. I was about to have Asterion shoot me. I was trying to turn back to my character. Whoa. Actually, we're moving just like slightly closer. Now Zawardo. Now Zawardo.
On my way.
Now I have her go next to me. Why did I just hear a Discord sound? Oh, that's on my PC. Oh shit.
Steps.
Hang on. Let me get Lacelle into position. Okay. I forgot to exit out of my Discord.
What's next?
Oh god. Audio delay. What's the polymorph range again? Yeah, she's not gonna be able to.
Quiet as a mouse.
You're hidden, right? Heavily obscured. Hiding. Alright. So it begins. I missed.
Don't let anything get past you.
I forgot to haste him. Ah, this save's coming. Is there a way I can have people like linked up together but like not but like hold position? Toggle group mode? Toggle group hide? Oh, I see. Party view? Oh, no. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna have the frontline team and the backline team. Frontline team, we move in.
Have to keep going.
Ever quietly.
With every breath, a purpose.
I was trying to concentrate.
Unseen as I was taught. Keeping low.
Speed potion.
What is
Haste. Oh, they heard that. They heard that. Fuck. Dude, I can't ambush for shit. I had a good idea though. That almost worked.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Still in shadow.
just waiting. Nice and easy.
Alright, they didn't hear that.
Subtle steps.
No time to dally.
Wait, why are you...
Let's keep to the shadows.
Alright, I guess that works.
A long way to go still. Have to keep low. Better tread carefully.
Wait, I just remembered something. You have Shield Master. Oh, I know, but that doesn't... Never mind. No, this is a waste because I had her fucking use her action to hide. It's literally the whole point. Oh my god, I'm doing this again. I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again because Shadowheart's not fucking hiding. I don't know why Asterion stopped hiding either. How long has it been? It's been 20 minutes. It takes me 20 minutes to set up an ambush.
Unseen. Perfect.
Don't want to think about where my eye is itching. Never wanted the easy path.
Ready for anything.
Keep your blade close. Quietly.
Okay, now that they're both hidden, right? I'm gonna activate turn-based mode. Okay.
Watch the shadows.
Secrecy above all.
Keep a blade close. Let's prowl.
Can you reach? Yes, you can. Okay. And you have high ground.
I have to survive this.
I can't waste any more time.
Staying out of sight.
You potion of speed.
Quietly now.
Now we can finally fucking ambush, man. I'm not forgetting anything, right? We're fucking good. We're good. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. And he landed. Ooh, a crit. Wait, why is, what? What happened to your haste? Wait, what? Her haste went away. They're still in real time. Oh, for God's sakes, I have to use another one on her. Dude, these things are so rare and expensive, man. I can't believe I just wasted one. I'm not going to restart because we have a very good damage lead.
Still in shadow.
What now?
Should I grease? I should darkness. No, it breaks concentration. Sunbeam? No, I'm gonna save Sunbeam. I mean, I guess the best thing to have is just have Lae'zel just go in there, start fighting, right? Start beating shit up. I should grease. I should grease. Grease is actually a very good idea. What the fuck's my grease?
Ready for anything.
Oh, because they're not in turn-based mode with the parties. Oh. You enter turn-based mode, and you're in turn-based mode. Oh. That is so dumb. And if you exit turn-based mode, what does that do for you? Nothing. Okay. In this case, I'm gonna have you drink, enter turn-based mode, and now you just start beating the shit out. Actually, next you're not, I guess, technically in the encounter yet. No, she should start beating up this guy.
Out of the shadows.
Oh god, she missed.
My faith protects me.
Now I need to have her in the game. All right. Well, she had one opportunity of attack, and then that was to melee, and she missed. So Lae'zel kind of disappointed there. Guardian of Faith over there. I don't need to maintain concentration on that. Might not be a bad idea. Or just a really strong... Should I just do a really strong... What is this? This is a level 3. Hmm. Alright, top of the turn. This can only be used once per turn. Oh, okay. 1823. Is that also we got? Monstrosity. Are you a monstrosity? You're a fiend. I do believe there's a thing of fiend slaying. $20.31. That is actually better. Oh boy, but here's the issue now. Fucking. No, she's resistant to fire, so I'm actually okay with this hitting just laser, or like friendly firing laser, I suppose. Yeah, see, that's not bad. Oh god, but now it's everyone's turn. We did it all. We kind of did a terrible job. I mean, we've essentially. I wanted to kill him in one turn, but now he's probably just gonna run away. I should have had Lisa attack it. Ah, she fucking missed, man. Oh wait, it's a surprise round. I completely forgot. I genuinely completely forgot. I'm fucking killing this guy.
What do I have to lose?
That's my action. Do I not have another one? Wait, was that guy it? Was he your gear the bad guy? You were the big bad that Ricardo, what was this fucking guy's name? That other guy with Raphael is afraid of? Are you fucking serious? That's severely disappointing. Can I throw something? I can't. I can only just take potions. Alright, I'm just gonna stick next to Lazel.
Let my name be known.
Evasive footwork.
I'm ready.
So why do you not have an action? What the fuck? Okay, well you're kind of useless. Yeah, you can't do anything. I mean, we've essentially conquered all this ground. Now it's just kind of really the displacer beast. Can you cutting action hide? Can you get this guy? You can. Got him.
Yes,
Moving up. Moving up in the world. Moving up. Moving up in the world. What else can I throw at you? Arrow of many targets? I mean, these are many targets. Let's do it. Okay. Well, I did damage. So, that's good damage. And now they all have to jump. Sentinel, when an ally is attacked by... Oh yeah, I forgot about that! Yo, Sentinel, this motherfucker. Alright, okay, never mind, you suck. They're all just crossbow shooting. They're afraid! They're afraid! Ooh, this guy's jumping, okay. I'm glad they're going after me. Should I Hellish Rebuke?
can't even catch my
Mm. A shield blow. Displacer beast. Illusionary. Why do you put that right next to me? That's not fair. Alright, well, now it's a bunch of our turns. Do I have any AoE? Not really. Not anything like really like impactful. Oh, this guy's like up, knocked down. I actually just remember that. I'll beat up this guy. Right? I'm almost kind of have to just throw more shit over there. No, we'll do with these. Do I smite you? Do I smite you? I'm gonna smite you. Wow, smiting hurts.
What should I do?
Can you reach this motherfucker? Oh my god, it worked. How is the other one still alive? Sanctuary yourself, because it's funny. Oh, that's your last level one. I should have you run away. How far can you run? No, you're gonna provoke attack of opportunity. Have a Asterion body block you. Lae'zel, kill! Oh, you crit it. Oh my god, you hurt so bad. If only you landed a hit. That's so funny. Should I evasive footwork you again? Yes. Asterion! Kill the main one. Can you? Why do you have disadvantage? Sharpshooter all in, target outside of normal range / threatened. You can cunning action disengage. Do it. Oh, that's how polymorph works. I fucked up. This could potentially prove disastrous, but I'm willing to play it out. Oh god. He's pro. Holy shit. Should I smite you? I should, because you guys are fiends. It's helpful. How much damage did I just do? Yeah, I'm a smite. 2 copies. That's not fair. This is a level 4, man. Polymorph sucks. How odd. What an odd encounter. It's fine though. Now I know how this works. I just gotta kill him. I just gotta kill him. Well, the question is how. What if I just level 4 guiding bolt, then have a Astarion shoot him? That might be a good play. Which one's next? This displacer beast? Okay, we're one of us is going to take damage. You have disadvantage because you're threatened. Oh god. How are you threatened? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I have the high ground, Anakin. That's nowhere near enough damage. Lae'zel, take a free healing word. It chose to do nothing. Because they can't do anything, right? Isn't that the whole point? Okay. Okay, and then the other ones go away. Is it really just one? 2 guys left. Okay, well, that's not that bad.
Let's move.
Yeah, I kind of slam dunk this counter. Fire! Oh, they're immune to burning. Oh, well, I tried.
Time to strike.
Why? Astarion, please fucking kill this guy. Please, oh please, won't you kill this man?
Ready or not?
Oh man. Fog.
This is no place for a war devil.
A war devil, is that what that's called? Wow, that healed for a lot. How much does this do? 32 exactly. That's really funny.
Get some rest. I need to keep sharp.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh wait, it's not that good actually. Nah, that's disappointing. Oh, that was just a small guy. Oh, all the small guys have one of these. Neat. What the big guy have? Big crossbow, big hand crossbow. What the fuck? This lets you cast Scorching Ray? Holy shit! Possibly inflict burning when hitting a creature with this weapon while hiding or invisible. That's crazy. And an Infernal Iron.
What's inside?
Purple Worm Toxin, Scroll of Telekinesis, Scroll of Ice Storm. Yeah.
One day I'll catch a break.
You guys can meet up back with me. Rats, what do you have to say?
Discussion.
Unworthy of dark cloak. Unworthy of dark fur. Unworthy.
That rat's about to bite off more than it can chew.
This is the path of heroes. Your feet sully it.
There's a rat on the throne.
2 legs, too familiar.
Oh. I could sit on the throne, but I'd have to move the rats. Alright, the rats can stay. We could have done that more smoothly, but we still slam dunk.
Blood. What the hell's has been happening here?
Still a slam dunk.
A bed made of corpses. Disgusting. And uncomfortable.
Pile of stained towels? Ew. Anything else?
Something good here, I hope.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bones.
I'll take that.
I've been cumbered. Drop off all this stuff. What does the camp look like when we're in here? Some catacomb? I'm yawning. I'm kind of curious to see if I didn't actually pick up that bell. Oh, rib cages. Wonderful.
A well-chewed spider carcass oozes on the ground.
Yeah. Why would I sniff it? Investigation. God damn. But I want to know more. And then it
It's
explodes.
disgusting, but otherwise unremarkable.
Hmm. Why would I like it? What the fuck? The fuck?
Well, it's a rundown bearing the weight of centuries sort of grand, which is my favorite kind, incidentally.
I didn't mean to ask. Boots of Brilliance. Restore bardic inspiration. Got no bards.
A very gory idea of art.
That's it. We are done here. At least for this floor. Great.
Don't touch me.
Looking ahead.
Should I go check to see if I got that bell? I'm gonna go check to see if I got that bell, because I'm genuinely, I mean, it's important. I want it. Because it's not in my inventory. I really wish it would show up in my inventory. As much as my inventory is full of crap.
At once.
No, not in here. Alright.
Bring me a lift. And I don't want to see white marks on it.
I haven't been down here.
Nothing of value comes easy. Overcome my trials and win my embrace.
Her most vaunted treasure.
I'll be back for that.
Countless initiates walked these halls once, seeking to become Dark Justiciars. I will follow in their path. I will succeed.
The Gauntlet of Shar, from where an army of Dark Justicars will rise and join battle against those who shun her embrace. It is said that the name of this most sacred of sites has two meanings. Firstly, it is a series of trials that Lady Shar's initiates must pass if they are to join her most vaunted ranks. Secondly, it represents the most martial facet of the most martial facet of Night Singer's of the Night Singer's embrace. The armored fist that shall crush her foes, but gently cradle those who serve her. Initiates cannot advance to Lady Shar's final test until they have earned the rite of passage. Each trial shall yield an umbral gem. Each gem shall bring the victor closer to the Night Singer. Once the way is clear, the final sacrifice beckons, and spilled Selunate blood shall herald the rise of a new Dark Justicar. Interesting.
Her most hallowed mercy.
Oh, I can go downstairs. Let me wait. What is this one?
Her most hallowed mercy.
Oh boy, this is a red air. This is a red room. Hang on. Self-same trial. Sacrificial bowl.
The bowl contains an ancient rust-colored bloodstain. It forms a neat disc, as if spilled calmly and willingly.
This is one of Lady Shah's trials. Allow me, please. Lady teaches us that we are our own worst enemy much of the time. Her embrace will elude us until we shed that which holds us back. Looks like an ambush.
Dragonborn? What the fuck? Shadow. Oh my god. That's so cool. It's a 1v1. Or it's a fucking mirror match. That's awesome. Let's not fall into it. Hang on. Everybody initiate stealth mode.
Careful footwork.
What's next, I wonder?
Leave no tracks. What do we have here?
That's so cool. It's me. Look. Ew, looks ugly. He's undead. Mirrored. Defeat your reflection to complete the, yeah. Oh man, he's tough. He has literally all my things. not almost though. Not really. Oh god, his armor class. It's got less health. Oh man. How am I gonna navigate this? I should go first. I mean, theoretically, that just means I have to just take him down the way I would get taken down. So I gotta go for the backline people first. Astarion and Shadowheart need to die. Lae'zel should be easy to magically incapacitate temporarily. So wow though. I mean, his AC should. Oh god, his AC's 16. That's so funny, dude. This is so funny. This is awesome. This is awesome. Genuinely awesome. I'm running out of radiant things.
I need to concentrate.
I mean, yeah, we just all jump him. Lae'zel's gonna know. I'm so excited. How do I go about this? How do I go about this? Shadowheart, you have Shadowheart AC, right? Like, oh god, even then, or wait, that's Lizelle. So this one's Shadowheart. Okay, we're actually, this is good. This is good positioning. Oh god, I mean, AC is still crazy, but good lord. Wait, do you have my mace as well? I don't think you do. Hi! Oh my god. Just a boba newt. A woo. A woo. Oh, he does have my mace. That's rough. Char's rule. Damaging a reflection that is not your own causes Char to intervene, reducing all ability scores by 1 until your next long rest. Oh my god, we all have to actually 1v1 each other. You have to damage a reflection that is your own. Oh my god. I'm so glad I read this. Potent healing. Whenever you are healed, you restore the max. Oh god. Oh god, this is gonna fuck me up so bad. Oh, I'm so... Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, well, we're right next to Shadowheart. And Astarion. I'm gonna save. So we're gonna have to do Astarion versus Astarion, which is great because I have the jump on him. A mirror match. Mirror match. Sneak attack. Activate. Holy shit, he fucking one-shot him. That's fucking awesome. We're not even in combat. That's fucking awesome. Alright, well now Shadowheart has to fucking find a way to kill herself. We should do Lae'zel next. Let's do Lae'zel next.
Staying out of sight.
Yeah, there's a way to Metal Gear Solid tactically, like, pew pew pew, all these guys.
Unheard, unseen.
Turn-based mode, so what? Alright, goading attack, disarming attack, sweeping attack. Probably disarming. I have cleave. Ooh, prepare. We'll do prepare and I should hunter's mark you, but I would lose my surprise. Uh-oh. They know. Oh, they know. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Let's see what you're hiding.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, great. I'm so scared I'm gonna sunbeam. Dudes. Do I sunbeam him before he sunbeams me? These are the real questions we need to be asking each other. Oh, I blinded him. I have to divine smite him. So here's the thing though, is I'm gonna miss. Oh, I don't even have enough fucking room. There's no way I'm not gonna miss. My AC is higher than his, though. Astaria, you literally have to sit out. You literally can't see anything. I need to run away.
This will do nicely.
Run away and hide.
I'll do it my way.
Got to focus.
Shadowheart, I need to go kill yourself, literally.
Press on.
What would be the best way of going about this? Probably blinding. Blind a creature. Or I run up to you in Spirit Guardians. Ah, Copper, you're gonna be next. We're running out of spell slots. I might have to do a long rest mid dungeon, and I kind of don't want to do that. I was kind of hoping I could do this without having to do it, but we're going through our resources. But I mean, I that's fine, I guess. Should I grease you? Would that be funny? I actually do genuinely kind of think that might work. Either grease or blind. I can upcast for an additional target. Oh no, but that. Oh fuck, she saved. Uh-oh. 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 Sanctuary or so? Oh, this is your last level one. Alright. Alright, Lae'zel. Beat up Lae'zel. You have a 19% chance. Oh boy. Oh god, you rolled a 4. Oh my god, you actually hit. Evasive footwork. Hunter's mark. Silence. You can go invisible? And he sunbeamed. I knew it! I fucking knew you were gonna sunbeam, you absolute asshat. Absolute asshat. I mean, it's just if I damage them, right? Then I get... What does it say about... What does it say about, like... Damaging a reflection that is not your own causes shard to intervene. What about CC? What if I grease? I could grease the enemy Lae'zel. Oh, this is so rough.
Leave no trace.
I could strafe you, sunbeam. What fucking other bitch? Shadowheart, since when can you go invisible? Oh, because you have... Right. I'm gonna have you do that, actually.
Got to press on.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
I'm not sunbeaming you. I refuse to sunbeam you. No, I should, because I've settled we're probably in a long rest anyway.
I will ascend.
It would make sense.
Nothing important is ever easy.
What the fuck? Shadow blend. Oh. What the fuck? Oh god, I'd be sunbeaming myself though. It'd be better to just try and divine smite. I have advantage. Please hit. A miracle. Figured.
Time to strike.
What are you frightened of? Oh god, Lae'zel's gonna go down. Ah, this is so rough, dude. Okay. That's crazy. Why would you compel duel me? Do you have another grease bottle? You don't. I wish I could shove you. Alright, well, how are we doing this?
Come on, can't stay idle.
Can't control compel duel. Oh, great.
I'm ready.
What can I do? Break your target's concentration and silence it. Oh god, I should probably do some shit like this. What are you concentrating on? Shield of Faith. Compel duel. But you're also blinded. This fucking sucks.
Moving.
I could try and cover Lae'zel actually. With this, actually, no, I already moved. Do they have dark vision? I wouldn't be surprised. Can see in the dark. Sunlight weakness. Oh shit. Pull him out. I'm gonna take out my light source. Tee. Oh, I killed him! Dumbass! Shield laser. I'm out of actions. Alright, well.
Let's finish this.
What do you have for level 3? I could just super high level guiding bolt you. Oh god, minus 10 HP and prone. You're gonna be a pain. Pain in my ass. Pain in my ass. Excuse me.
On my way. I am fury. I am death.
Oh my god. It's potentially doable. Protect. Oh damn, how'd you know? Oh great. Didn't that debuff? What?
Shall we dance?
Victory
Oh,
awaits.
whatever, dude. Lae'zel, just please go kill this bitch.
It's as if.
Oh god. It is fucking done.
I miss this.
Just, you know, shove a light source in your face.
Blood comes easy these days.
And I'm out of spell slots.
Can't give up.
Oh my god, this bitch just keeps running, bro.
Keep going.
I already fucking jumped. I can't knock her back. Nope. I could probably frighten her. Does frighten... What does that do? That's just attack rolls. Darn it. Gosh darn it. Let me see this fucking... This rule one more time. Char's rules. Damaging a reflection that is not your own. Cause a Char interview. Does that mean... Does this only apply for them? I think it does only apply for them. So they can only attack us. But we're free to attack them? I mean, if this is the case. I'm a holy water. Oh yeah, dude, I've been fucking up. I fucked up this whole encounter.
Got to move.
I actually hate it here. Paths interrupted. Oh, for fuck's sake. Asterion, please kill her. Actually, please kill her. It's not even funny.
Time for a
What a fucking shit show. Wow, what a shit show.
well. Some rests better than none.
What is this? Killer's sweetheart. What is? Ring. Excuse me, very rare ring. Oh god, excuse me, that was disgusting. Killer's sweetheart, execution, rare execution. When you kill a creature, your next attack roll. Oh my god, when you kill a creature, your next attack roll will be a critical once spent. This effect refreshes after a long rest. Lazel. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What rings do you have? You have a movement speed ring and a 2 damage ring. Oh, these are both kind of good actually. But which one's which one's not as good? I'm gonna say the movement speed one because I'm gonna keep the damage on you, the extra damage ring. I don't know, 2 points of damage is, I mean, that's still something, right? That's damage. You are the damage dealer. That's awesome. That's amazing.
What's in here?
Humble transporter. What this? Oh. Oh. We're back.
The bowl contains an ancient rust-colored bloodstain. It forms a neat disc, as if spilled calmly and willingly.
Vanquish your old life to receive my wisdom.
You're out of spell slots. You have your dice. You're pretty much out of everything, and you don't have resources. What a beautiful bunch. Beautiful bunch. Beautiful bunch. We're running on scraps. We're running on scraps. At least I have Shield of Faith on. You know, I can be happy about that. Alright, what do we got in here? Oh god, it's another red room.
Best be on my way.
This is every room a fucking combat encounter. Soft step trial. Soft step? Oh no, is this a stealth thing?
Another bowl, bearing the stains of an ancient blood offering.
Another trial. I should do this one as well.
That's the same hand.
Life values those that can remain unseen and can still obtain what they want. Stealth is a virtue derived from her very essence.
Better be cautious.
Into the shadows.
Like a wraith. Carefully now.
It's Metal Gear Solid. Shadow. Where am I trying to go? I'm yawning. Alright, if I go in here, go in there, we got this guy who's patrolling. And we got this guy who's patrolling. Need to watch their patterns. Oh, he turned around. Go.
These boots have seen everything.
No, wait. He's coming back around. He looks down this hallway. Yeah, he's coming back now. Oh, the lever's over there. Oh. I see. We should have only one person do this. I'm gonna have Shadowheart do this.
The mission has to come first. Onward. On I go.
Oh my god.
Test. Good. I must keep going.
I was not expecting that. Oh, I was not expecting that. That's a good trick. I don't know what that lever... Am I guessing that opened the door? Is there another lever? I don't see another lever. Yeah, that's just the one. Oh, it closed this? Oh, no, that was already closed. Okay, well. Ain't that some shit? Button! That's what opens the door. Alright, where are they?
Perfectly hidden.
What's the new rotation? I mean, now they just don't go down that way. Oh, it goes in this room. Stares at nothing, moves out. Oh, what the fuck? Wow.
I see a way. Let's see.
What?
Blast it. Got to try again. And not be seen this time.
How was I seen? Bullshit.
Keep low and quiet.
That's lame.
Need to press onward.
Oh, I guess it's because I'm wearing heavy armor. I'm like clinking and clanking everywhere. Oh shit. Oh, now it's just a straight line. Ooh. Should I gun for it now? No, he's coming back. Where does this guy go? What is this? What do you do? You don't give me a lot of time. Turn that off. Uh-oh. Don't like that. But I made it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh god, for fuck's sake.
Worth locking, worth opening.
Nice.
No time to waste.
Is that everything? Destroyed Sharon.
Seek no permission. Take all that benefits you.
What do we have here?
A soft step is better than any armor.
Okay. There's nothing really here, right? Nah, not really. Alright, guys, I have completed the trial.
Maybe I should stay crouched forever.
Oh, we can...
Staying out of sight.
Really? All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
I have all of the orbs. I'm just glad that child didn't hurt me. That would have sucked. Pedestal, ancient altar. Who's got the orb? Shadowheart has one of them. Well, here's one.
Wait,
What's wrong?
nothing. Nothing's wrong at all.
But... Tell me, please.
There's something more I need to do, or the trials will have been in vain. There is a holy weapon hidden away, the Spear of Night. I have to claim it, then use it to make a sacrifice in Lady Shah's inner sanctum. If I succeed, I'll become a Dark Justiciar.
Okay, and where do we find said spear?
There's a library in this place somewhere. That's where I need to look.
And you just figured this out by yourself? Just now?
Yes. I know it must seem like I pulled this out of thin air, but that's how Lady Shah chose to reveal herself to me. You'll see for yourself, soon enough. We need to find that spear.
Okay. Yeah. Fucking orb. A library. I mean, I've explored actually every nook and cranny of this place. I have not found a fucking thing. That's not true. Second floor downstairs to the right. Did I say right? I mean left.
Should mind my step.
Rats! Rat friends. Hello, rat friends.
Very well.
Anything new?
Joined an army, became an army.
Mm-hmm. Riveting.
Her most sacred path.
Seems simple enough.
Faith Leap trial? Oh boy.
Another bowl bearing the stains of an ancient blood offering.
Another trial. Allow me, please.
Okay.
These were said to be sure of foot in even the darkest recesses of Lady Shah's embrace. I must remember where to step, and have faith that she will guide me. I must remember where to step, and have faith that she will guide me.
Have faith? Remember where to step? Is that a turret? Please don't kill me. Oh, wait, I see. But I can't see here. How do I get over here? I don't see anything. As vaguely obscured as everything is here. No. What? God damn it. Which one of you was it? Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? Oh my god, that killed you. Well. Good thing I saved. I clicked on the other side because I thought he would walk around. I didn't think he'd fucking walk into the death chasm. Alright, now you're gonna cut yourself again?
Another trial. To be sure of foot in even the
I'll do it.
darkest recesses of Lady Shah's embrace.
Oh, actually, no, I should probably do it.
I must remember where to step, and have faith that she will guide me. I must remember where to step, and have faith that she will guide me.
Did it change?
Got to keep moving.
I can see where it is here, but I don't see anything connecting over here. How far can you jump? Not that far. Far enough, maybe? Might be far enough. Tactical mode. Never mind, this doesn't show anything. If I look away, does it? No. It was like, oh, I'm not making that. Oh, I'm actually not making that. Never in a million years would I make that. It'd be so funny if I could just Misty Step. Give me a hint?
Another bowl, another trial to judge the mettle of Lady Shah's initiates.
Navigate the darkness to feel my embrace.
Navigate the darkness. Some Kingdom Hearts shit. Navigate the darkness. Don't I have a potion of big jump? I have a big jump potion. Potion of big jump. Jumping big potion. Mm-hmm. Unless this last 10 turns, I'm gonna have to fucking do this turn order style. Oh god, the closer I get, I can't see. I actually have to memorize. No, please, I'm so stupid. Oh, wait, okay, what if we actually... Okay, hold on, actually.
No one stopped me yet.
Everyone go over here. What's the lever for? Oh, to leave? Yeah, we did just have to walk away. If we all like stand in the corner.
Someone there?
Wits and blades.
Everyone look at the wall. Oh yeah. Oh, this sucks. Oh, that sucks. That like really sucks. What if I don't though? It'd be really funny if I just don't do that. Alright, for here I can... Oh god, that's not even a straight line. I go this way, then this way, then this... I'm not memorizing this. I'm not memorizing this. Nope.
Need to keep going.
Lady Shark can go fuck herself. Oh, that was my action. Big jump. Big jump. Big jump. That's so funny. What? Oh, come on. No. Say it ain't fucking so. Oh god, I can't even fucking see where I'm supposed to go. Wait, I see it. Like right here. Oh, please land. Oh my god. I'm goated. I'm goated.
That's the last one. The inner sanctum is within reach now.
Oh, thank god. The final test?
All right.
Not the final test. Anything but the final test. This place sucks. Who can I give another fucking ring to? Actually, I just remembered I've still got this ring here. You can have this.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Oh. Hello, rat friends. What wisdom do you bring?
Unworthy. Unworthy to walk among friendly bones. Leave.
Riveting. Is this the library? This don't look like a library. Oh, actually, it does look like a library. Uh-oh. Got some shit going on over here. Are you going to be a problem? Are we going to have a problem?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Oh, it's these fucking things. Just Cart Nightweaver, the librarian. Oh, great. Oh, brother. Oh, great. We don't have resources. Actually, I think we can do this without resources. I believe. I believe. I believe. I believe. Can we go in? Oh, we're silenced? Hang on. That actually sucks. That actually sucks like a lot. Actually, no, that's great actually. For the two, we've got the two people here who don't need that. Can't cast spells. That's okay, because Astarion's gonna fucking shoot some arrows, and it's gonna be awesome. Oh, great. Never mind. Leave my archer alone.
Over here.
I'm just gonna stand over here.
Now they see me.
Great.
Victory awaits.
Go get him, Lazo.
Not no failure.
Oh, great. Invoke duplicity. This is new. Either that or I've just never noticed. Distract your enemies with an illusion. Within 3 meters of the illusion, attack rolls have advantage for you and your allies. Do it like right here. Okay, now run away.
Onward.
I won't give in. I need to find a way forward.
Nice. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. How does that not provoke attack of opportunity? Can you hide here?
The subtle.
Oh my god, you can. That's really funny. Alright, kill this motherfucker. Nice. Wonderful. Ooh. They fucking teleport. Of course they fucking teleport. A button? Sweeping attack. Swing your... This is literally... This... Wow, this sucks. It's just a D8. Getting attack, disarming attack. I should just fucking cleave. Executioner. Once per long rest. When you kill it... Oh, right! You'll crit this. Sick. Ladies and gentlemen, our fighter. Our fighter, ladies and gentlemen.
Talk to me.
I can cast spells now, right? Yes, I can.
Well, so much for peace.
I did not mean to do that. Oh, fuck. Great, and there goes my fucking thing. There goes my shit. Oh, a stair can kill him, it's fine.
Step quick. Into the shadows.
Yay!
Anything of use? Don't mind if I do. Step carefully. There's a trap.
Whoa.
Take you.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
I'm disarming books now.
Let's move. What's hiding here? Moving ahead.
Stay vigilant.
Someone's left a trap out for us. Careful, I might. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors. There.
There's no way this isn't trapped. Oh. Final sacrifice of the moon daughter. Lovely.
No time to rest. Here goes nothing.
Neat.
Very well.
So, how do we open this? Did we all fail a perception check on this?
Trust no one.
Great.
I've got a long road ahead.
Oh, wait a minute.
Watch your back. Should be easy.
What are we talking here? 21. 31. You know what a rogue is?
Let's get going.
It's a busted fucking class is what it is. Uh-oh.
I've spotted a trap. Move with purpose.
Gas pit.
What a day.
Uh-oh. Oh god, I really don't want to get gassed. Oh god, it's 21. Please don't gas me. Oh god, please don't gas me. Oh gosh. Oh god, please don't gas me, bro. Please. Oh my god, we're gonna get gassed. Everybody fucking run! Oh, it's just black tentacles. Jesus Christ. I hate this. A riddle of the night.
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
Watch how you go.
There's a trap.
Something over there. A trap. Just as I expected.
Damn.
Open up.
Dominate person and speak with them.
More for me.
Please don't step on the trap.
What can silence the night song?
Oh, fuck me. Do I have to read all? Oh, God. Final sacrifice of the moon daughter? Oh, God. What was the question?
What can silence the night song?
What can silence the night song? The night song. The night singer? Oh, hey, I guessed. Oh, hey, spear. Neat. Oh man, dude, that's crazy. It's just the blue that actually sucks. Dude, are you fucking serious? Why is it a blue? It should be a. whatever. That's funny. Spear of the Night. Well, we've done it, and Dark Justicar half plate.
This has to be the Spear of Night. The weapon Lady Shah bid me to wield.
Tee, I'm encumbered. Alright, what is this? Spear of the Night, sure. Really quick. Extraordinarily quick. I have to use the bathroom. I'll be back. Cat stepping on my keyboard. Hey, I have a cat. Please get off of my keyboard. Thank you. I love you. All right. Is this even good for you? It's a versatile weapon. If Shar allows it, use this spear to kill Night Song. Oh. Interesting. What about the armor? Oh, you have medium armor, and you're the one who has heavy armor. Psionic ward armor. Item detects. If the item detects that the wearer is Gith, they have resistance to psychic damage. Oh, wait, really? This is a Gith piece of armor? Oh, shit. That's funny. When the wearer succeeds a saving throw, they get blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, well, this could easily be taken away for something better. Oh, yeah, this is fucking way better. While obscured, the wearer has advantage on stealth checks, advantage on constitution saving throw checks. You can cast Shard's Aegis for free. Yeah, no, dude, put the shit on. Yo, your AC is 19. That's sick. That's gonna be stuck in my head. Alright. Cool. Onward and
Can't
upward.
give up now.
So if we're gonna fight the Night Song... Oh wait, I'm encumbered. If we're gonna fight the Night Song now, hopefully I can use the fucking bell. And then I gotta go back there and kill the other guy. So we should long rest because we are out of resources. Also, I am encumbered.
Please.
My fucking pouches are heavy. Expensive though. Somewhat. Me and my 44 bones. Hey man, that's 44 gold right there. Don't you hark on my bones, or I'll get you. Who needs good medium armor? What do you wear? You wear medium armor. Well, I mean, this armor isn't really that good. It's actually extraordinarily mid. What do you wear? Light armor? Can you wear heavy armor? They don't even fucking tell me. I'll just put this in here for now. Long rest. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, God. What do you think you're doing, sir? There you go. Join the colony. We're good now? Yeah, we're good now. Okay. Sleep. Honk. Shoo. Honk. Shoo. I'm honking and I'm shooing. Autosave successful. Hey, is that kid like still... Are you still pissed?
I don't believe it. They can't be.
Breathe, child. Resist not the winds of change. Let them carry thee.
No.
Listen. Dost thou not hear it? Where creation meets ruin, where morning meets midnight, the root of all being. Balance.
They're dead. I can't. Balance.
Your very soul is tangled in shadow. Arabella's magic, wild as cursed briar. Her talent is now yours too.
What?
The girl must learn the ways of the arcane, but she shan't remain here.
Why not? I'm not sending her out there alone.
Arabella holds a power beyond reckoning. That of the decaying forest and the seedling that bore it. But it is unbalanced. Her yoke is already heavy. If she walks thy path, it will surely break. Arabella will depart once thou dost leave these accursed lands. She will find her way safely. Thus, it is fated.
Bowman, you're making me leave.
Fear not, girl. The weave knows thy purpose. It will guide thee, if thou dost listen.
You can trust Withers. This guy's probably like, this guy knows shit beyond us.
You feel the grief fade as if it were your own. There is a lightness in her now, veiling the power within, soothing it.
Is that my future? Is that why they died?
It is.
It's wonderful. Thank you, Bowman, for being nice. If there are people like you around, perhaps everything will be all right.
Nice. Withers encouraged Arabella to learn the ways of the weave. She left to find her own way in the world. Shadow Blade ring. Shadow Blade. What's a Shadow Blade? We have a shadowy short sword in your hand that deals fucking, what's that, 3d6? No, it's 2d8. When you use the sword to attack a target that is in dim light or darkness, you make attack rolls with advantage. The Shadow Blade can be unequipped and equipped again, but must remain on the spellcaster's person. Interesting question mark. Oh, she's still here.
If Bowman says I'll be all right, I'll be all right. I wish it was different. I wish Mum and Pops was here.
Hmm. I'm sure they'd be proud of you.
I don't feel so strong. Or anything, really. Just tired.
Hmm.
Fate spins along as it should. Dost thou require a new ally? Or...
No. What are we doing again? Oh yeah. I'm just gonna teleport. Did I finish both? Yeah, I did finish both of the fucking things. There's an elevator. I can take the elevator. I'm yawning. I'm so tired. I'm actually extraordinarily tired. Well, fucking, what way am I going? This way? Oh, okay.
inscription's challenge remains the same. Brave the gauntlet of your Lady Shah, surmount her trials, and rise a dark justiciar.
We have all the gems. Let's put them to use and continue onwards.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Mm-hmm. Can't use this one.
The disc is moving. This must lead to the next part of Shah's gauntlet.
Whoa. Whoa. Does anyone need to cast anything before we go in there? Oh, holy shit. I'm pogging. Whoa. Dude, I've got too many fucking things. Arabella's Shadow Entangle, level 1 conjuration. Oh, dude. Awesome. Sick. Alright.
My faith will guide me.
What about you? You need to cast anything? Suppose not, right?
At least things have stayed interesting.
Mm-hmm. Number 1, ball number 2, ball number 3. I'm inspired. What's the plaque say?
Spill the blood of Selûne and rise a warrior of Shah.
Oh, this is it, bro. Ah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Whoa.
This must be where initiates undertook their final
Deliver the
preparations.
Night Mother's mercy upon her enemies.
Do not falter now. One test awaits. Descend to the night zone. Make a sacrifice. Rise again. A dark justiciar.
Who's there? I will not fail you, my lady.
Dude, sick. Gift of mercy?
Deliver the Night Mother's mercy upon her enemies.
Gift of secrets?
Trust your secrets to the night. Shroud yourself in blackest night.
Oh, I do need to cast one thing, actually. I'm glad there's a sigil down here. Let's do it.
This must be the last step. I need to pray. Only by Lady Shah's grace did we even make it this far.
What you thinking about? You're probably not gonna get in. Ah, I didn't make it in. Should I inspire? Is it worth? I'll do one for free, sure. Poggers!
You feel your mind slip into shadow hearts. But you are not the only one present. There is another. Ancient, commanding, rendered from purest darkness. Shah.
Take my spear, step forward, and strike down the Selûnite.
As you command, Nightsinger.
Now go. Warm my blade with moon-crazed blood, and be wary of your companion. He pries in your thoughts.
Oh god. What a snitch.
That wasn't for you to hear.
It's alright.
Yes, you could have. Don't pretend otherwise.
What the fuck? These are both terrible. Okay, sure. I guess I deserve to know what I'm getting myself into.
It's simple. My Lady Shah demands a sacrifice. One life. Not that it matters, but her reward aligns with your own interests.
So when you say one life, does that mean you specifically? Are they specific about something? What's a Selûnite? You gotta kill a Selûnite. That can't... okay.
Just remember what I said. Let me do what I need to.
Okay. Alright.
Your party is gathered. You are ready, or so you hope.
Whoa. Are you sure you want to proceed? Depending on your choices, the state of the region could change, and some active quests may become unavailable. Whoa. I think I'm ready. Oh my god, I have so many inspirations. Yeah, we're drowning in inspirations. I should just use these more often. But I think they only like, you can have a maximum of 4 inspiration. If you are at your maximum inspiration, completing background goals only grants experience. Hmm. Oh, right, I was gonna save.
Your party is gathered. You are ready, or so you hope.
Nice, dude.
As you step into the silent water, a foreign dread travels through you. It curls its way up your leg, squeezing tight.
Lady Shah. I can feel her all around. This is her domain. This is the Shadowfell.
You did well. Better than I would have credited you with.
No, fuck.
Now, hurry along and bear witness to my masterpiece.
This is the Dark Lady's domain. He does not belong here.
Great. I was hoping to kill you later, but I mean, I guess I'll do it now. You wouldn't happen to have your friend here, would you? I hope you're alone. That would make this fight way easier. How did you get here?
Simple. I followed you.
Oh.
It seems Shah still holds a grudge against General Thorm, and so sought to prevent me from entering in his name. Luckily, you were the perfect agent in helping me slip past her defenses. Now the Night Song is within reach.
Are we doing this now? Are we doing this now? Let's do this now. Sure, I'll throw hands. Let's throw hands. What's stopping me from just killing you and taking the relic for myself?
Your lack of ability, perhaps? You made for an adequate errand boy thus far, but let's not overstate your virtues. Raise one finger to me, and I'd sunder you like lightning would a rotten oak. Now, enough dullard questions. Follow me.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I feel lighter, unburdened, as if the softest push could send me drifting away.
Shadowheart?
Whatever it is, save it for now.
Oh. Let me guess. Big jump? Big jump. Whee! Feather fall. Hi.
Just a little bit further. See my actions, Lady Shah. Hear my words of faith. Blessed Night Singer, witness my adoration.
Where am I going? Over here, right? I could go over there. Now let's go down. Hang on, let me loot. Grave robbing.
I have emptied my heart of falsehoods.
Descend
I have vanquished your foes. Nearly there. Have to keep going.
Wait.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Lady Shah's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall. Lady Shah's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall.
Perhaps you're incapable of feeling at all. Balthazar, come to add more bars to my cage? Or perhaps to lead this would-be Justicia's blade directly to my heart? I invite you. Heap more sins upon your head. My retribution will be all the sweeter for them.
All this time, and you still failed to appreciate the gifts I bestowed on you, Aelin. Sad to see a thing of beauty not recognize its own worth. But General Thorm, he appreciates you, and he wants you close at hand. So, I am here to whisk you back to him.
Ketherick. I welcome the sight of him after these 100 years. He whose immortality I supply with my very soul.
General Thorm. I'm sure you'll be on your best behavior for him, but just in case, I've taken some precautions. Keep back. It will take quite some concentration to secure Aelin for her little journey.
The Night Song is Shah's sacrifice. She's my destiny. He cannot have her.
All right, we throwing hands.
Fly at me, you fool. You cannot stop what is to come.
Oh boy.
Let us make short work of this.
Whoa, that hurt. Do I still have Featherfall? I do. Oh, great. I'm fucking surrounded. Oh my god, there's so fucking many of them. They're really low health, though. It's really just the big ones that are the problem. And I have a literal, I've got a big one right next to me. So here's what we're gonna do. Hang on, let's study up real quick. Undead skeleton, AC 15. Resistant to bludgeoning. That's the big guy. What about the little guys? Skeleton, resistant to bludgeoning. Undead. Alright, well, here's what I'm going to do. That did no damage. If I jump, that'll provoke attack of opportunity. If I Misty Step,
Can't afford to let up.
Spirit, yeah, Guardian of Faith, first of all. Shar's Aegis. Yeah, let's try it.
Victory awaits.
And Lae'zel, you just fight. Yeah, we gotta get rid of this guy first things first. Can I, if I push you? Oh! Oh, never mind. That was a terrible idea. those two. Oh, this sucks.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Control undead. Dreadful aspect. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Can I take control of them? Or of hate, the paladin and any nearby friends, the paladin and any nearby fiends, the undead deal, and additional 3 damage. No. The target's level must be lower than yours. Level 7. I think I'm about to have myself an apostate destroyer.
Seems like the best way.
Oh, never mind. Well, ain't that some shit? Oh my god. Every skeleton and their mother.
It will be a kindness to put an end to your folly.
Oh, come on. For fuck's sake. What the fuck is this cloud kill? Dude, what the fuck is that? That's some bullshit. For fuck's sake, man. Wait, you... Mass healing word. Crit. Yes. God, I wish I could make her do that again, man.
Nothing will stand in my way.
I wish I could sunbeam that motherfucker. 9, 16, 36. Great. I gotta do radiant shit. So I should probably just smite the shit out of everything, right? Smite shit. Cause I'm gonna save the sunbeam for the fucking big guy. Protection from good and evil. Protect allies. Oh, this would be good. Whoa. Alright, well that's most of them dead. Should I speed potion? If anything, I should speed potion Lae'zel. I mean, the front of most of these guys are down, so I'm not too worried. Oh man. Yeah, now it's just the range idiots.
You shall live to regret.
Dude. Dude, what the fuck? First you. What do I do with this? I could do another Guardian of Faith. How far is the range? Not that far. Alright, just do a Cure Wounds. Now we gotta spread the fuck out.
The dance become.
God, the one time I need you to fucking stay alive.
I am fury. I am death.
What is Cloud Kill? Can I have some more info on this? I'm gonna have your second win. Oh, I need to bring Lae'zel back up to speed. But at the same time, oh god, I want to sunbeam this dude so fucking bad. He's so annoying, bro. Actually, every turn I have is awful. He's making life so extraordinarily bad. He lays out.
Won't be hurting for long.
Oh, thank God. No, thank God. Oh, thank God. Wait, what'd that guy do? Oh, he had hastened. And now he's lethargic. This works out great. All right, guys. Time to pull some shit out of our ass.
No mercy.
Good job, good job. Oh, amazing job, actually, Shadowheart. Lae'zel, I'm about to have you do the nastiest Misty Step on this fucking planet Earth, bro. Whew. The nastiest Misty Step. This side of the West. Get her done, girl. Get her done.
No time to waste.
Nice. That's one less archer.
There's blood in the air.
You need to kill these two. You need to kill these two. Alternatively, what can Lou do to help? What can Lou do to help? What can Lou do to help? 14 health. 14 health. Level 3. 12 AC. You can kill these guys, actually. I don't think you can kill these guys in one turn, though. That's what worries me. If you arrow of many targets. No, it's not worth it. Can you Misty Step? You can go invisible. I already have you Misty Step.
Time to push my luck again.
Lou, you need all into hand. Where's your holy water? Did I throw my last holy water? No way I threw my last holy water. In my fucking bag of tricks. My fucking tricks are for kids shit over here. I think I threw my last holy water. Shit. That's not good. can't do ranged radiant damage. I have to jump over there. But I would have to go into the fucking cloud kill. See, here's the thing though, is if I go over there to Astarion, he's just gonna cloud kill the both of us again. Can I darkness? Can I blind you? Mr. Crazy motherfucking crazy guy. I do believe I can blind you. What's the range on darkness? Not high enough. I would have to be standing in the cloud kill. This would be the one time in my life where I genuinely wish I had Misty Step, so I could just fucking nothing personnel kid teleport behind him and just fucking Kamehameha with Sunbeam. That would take a lot of movement too. That's shit. Arabella, what's your range on this? Oh wow, this is actually really fucking high. That might not cost a lot. 100% chance. What does Entangle do? Affected entity can't move. Attack rolls against it have advantage, while its attack rolls and dexterity throws have disadvantage. Holy shit, Arabella, you might... Yo, this is such a goated fucking ability, oh my god. What about command? What's your wisdom? He's probably high in wisdom. It's his proficient. And this is a strength save, so. Oh, but I'd have to maintain concentration. Let's give it a shot.
Should get started.
Then I heal because it's funny. All right, I need you. I need to kill. I need to kill shit. This is playing out very well. What are you gonna do? Oh, you asshole. Misty Step. Oh, you know what would have been great against? Why didn't I bring a fucking counter mage to fight a necromancer? I'm actually dumb. Dude, Gale would have kicked ass. Way better than whatever the fuck Astarion's doing up here. Gale would have kicked so much ass. Would have denied the shit out of that Misty Step. Shame. Actual fucking shame.
Got to keep fighting.
All right. We got Hellblaze here. Gotta get you out of this. Eslin. Oh my god, it's Ez. Hi Ez. Hi Ez. Hello Ez. Oh, this boss fight? Yes, I am at this boss fight. I'm currently in a boss fight. Doing boss fight things. It's pretty rad. Damn, we have disadvantage on this? I might have to have you take this. You can do it, girl. Oh, you rolled a 6. Hello? Hello? Yes! That's my fighter.
Taking position.
Oh my god, what an awful fucking... How awful. That shit is so bad. Can I have you just, like, grab a potion? Oh, sick.
My faith will protect me.
Alright, who's over here?
Got to move.
Mr. Balthazar. I can do a number of different things over... Wait. Oh, you're not in range. I would Guardian of Faith up there. That would be awesome. Good luck, man. I kind of cheesed my way through this boss fight. It's where my build first popped off, and I couldn't help it. And I couldn't help it but burst him before he summoned anything. Holy shit. That's crazy. I've just been having Lae'zel grind through every fucking minion. and Shadowheart's supporting, and I'm kind of also supporting with my Radiant shit, and then Astarion's kind of just been here. And Astarion is here. I gotta say, Astarion has not been having a really great time. Kill this motherfucker. Only 14 damage? Lame. Can you sanctuary someone? No, I can only sanctuary me or her. I'd prefer not to. Mass healing word is also not in range for anything. Okay, your turn is over.
Let's go. These boots have seen everything.
I'm gonna drop the entanglements. Soul Caged Featherfall. Ah, damn, if I wasn't in the raid, I would try and Sunbeam. Ah, it doesn't even rage. Dude, I can't do anything from range, dude. $14, $12. Wait a minute, that's not true. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know who I am? Where is it? Frag out! Hell fucking yeah. Too far for that. That's perfectly fine. I believe... Oh, I can fucking... Wait, can I do this twice? Holy shit, you're right! Frag out! Ah, so close. Alright, what's your next move? I have... Of course you cloud kill. That's such a fucking shit move, man. I'm gonna fucking kill the shit out of you. I fucking hate you so much. Ugh. Base Moose Wolf! Oh my god! It's Base Moose! Hi, Base Moose! Hi! Hi, friend. Hello, friend. Hi, friend. Barks and wags and barks and wags. I agree. You're speaking my language here.
Let's have it.
If I hide, can I... Oh god, you're out of range. Fucking course you are. And I just had to use your fucking action. Wait a minute. This is probably gonna be a terrible idea. Fine, arrow transposition. Go literally anywhere. I don't want you to be close though. You can't do anything, bro. Holy shit, you suck. Yeah, I can't have him move anywhere. He's literally stuck on this rock. Dude, Astarion really has just been here for the whole fight. Out of AoE for all my fucking... I could arrow transposition you, but at this point, at that point, I might as well just wait for next turn. So you can jump and actually do something. As opposed to having you in harm's way. What a fucking waste. I hit Cunning Action Hide. by mistake. Well, that wasn't a mistake. I don't know. Oh, you're up. You can do things. Can you jump over there? No. Oh, it would have been awesome if you did. You can go over here, though. Where do I want you is the real question. Oh, I want you right here, actually. I want you right here. Then we're doing the awesome Guardian of Faith right next to them, right? Right here, right here. Come on. Wait, no. I still have movement. Can I not go higher on this fucking rock? Ugh. Whatever. That should be fine. Yes! And I have to make my way to Lae'zel. I have to save my wife.
Breathe deep and move.
I could try and compel duel here. Like, he's concentrating on cloud kill. Should I compel duel him? I'm gonna compel duel. I don't have enough movement. Fuck. Alright, good damage, good damage. Why would you just let him jump? Okay.
Never a dull moment.
Never a dull moment indeed. What's his health looking like? 32 out of 91. This guy really has not been like a problem. He's just annoying. But Yemner. Thank you. Just above a newt. Hi. Hello. Howdy. Meowdy friend. I could say Lae'zel, but at the same time. Can I go over here? No, I don't have enough movement. God damn it. I want to sunbeam him so bad. It's not even fucking funny. Whatever. Fine. Saving my wife is also an equally just action. Unless I potion of speed. Then I could laser beam him. Lamau.
Don't waste a step.
My homeboy's gonna get caught in it, but that's fine. Oh my god, you lived! Dude, that did no damage! That was so not worth it. Alright, and meanwhile, in Astarian Adventures.
Let's go.
Can you even hit anything? No. Alright, wonderful. Astarian's really just kind of here. Meowdy, meowdy friend. I'm a cat now. Meow. I do cat things. He's got 19. He could just fucking guiding bolt blast this motherfucker. Oh my god, he is so close. For fuck's sake. I'm actually gonna keep you over here. Rari rar, rari rar. Rari rar, rari rar, rari rari rar. Alright. Shadowheart, fucking Shadowheart. Take this guy's balls away, please. What a awful fucking fight. Alright, how are we, everyone? Are we okay? Just in case. I'm short resting. Okay, now I get to loot. Oh boy. Take his what? You heard what I said. Circlet of bow. I can cast Animate Dead for fucking free? Oh. What's my current helmet? During combat, when the wearer starts their turn with 50%, when 50%, what the fuck? Why does my items keep disappearing? With 50% health points or less, you gain wrath for 2 turns. What's wrath? +1 bonus damage. Ah, fucking, let's give me this shit. What the fuck? I'll give this to fucking Karlak. Let's go! The Necromancer dream lives on. That's awesome, dude. That's goated. I could just fucking cast Animate Dead for free.
Never wanted the easy path.
Feet picks for free for me. Oh god, there's so many items. So many bones. Look at all these. Oh, I'm encumbered. Lazel. I need you to be a pack mule. Oh, baby. We're gonna make so much money. We're gonna be rich. Rich, I tell you. Oh god, now you're encumbered. Astarion. All the ones over here are looted. Stop sneaking. Money, 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 money. 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 We're making money. Money, 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 money. Money, money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Money. Alright.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Now we continue the adventure.
Balthazar has drawn his final rancid breath. A pity it was not my hand that brought it about. Instead, it was you. You, who have come to seek the praise of your wicked goddess. You, who have come to drive a dagger through my heart.
Not a dagger, a spear. My Lady Shah's spear. Her fate is mine to seal. Let me handle this.
The fate you seal is your own. To be a Dark Justicia is to turn your heart from everything but loss. You will know no love, no joy, only servitude, until of course your mistress inevitably discards you. And there is much she does not tell you. A terrible blood price that may extend beyond my own death.
You feel Shadowheart bristling. This is important to her. But your bond is strong. You may yet be able to sway her from the path of duty to the path of light. And Nightsong is not blind to your conflict. Behind that raging heart is the restless beat of one who knows too well that her fate hangs in the balance.
Oh, great. I'm doing good today. I got some pizza. How are you doing? Ooh, pizza. I'm doing good. Got home and ate a Sammy. Ooh, a Sammy. That sounds like good food, my guys. Eating some good stuff. I had a steak. Lou, what was the last thing you ate today? The last thing? Yeah, this is probably the steak. Steak. Yeah, steak. I had a steak. It was very yummy. I was all like chewing it, and then I was chewing it some more, and then I swallowed it. And the flavor was really good. I went, delicious. if a cleric breaks their oath, is that how does that work? Because with paladins, you know, there's Oathbreaker. If she betrays Shar, I mean, she wants to be a Dark Justiciar, but I'm gonna say Justicar, but Justicars are like, are they're you know, they're slaves, right? But like she wants to like serve her god, even though like she doesn't know shit about like her god. I mean, but like it took her in, but like it's like her mom basically, even though she like doesn't have like memories. What if it's a good thing that she doesn't become a Justicar? Ugh. But what if she does? I'm sure she'll be fine. I'm kind of leaning towards just letting her do it. You know, this is kind of like her deal. I feel like she'd probably be pissed at me if I tell her to. I mean, we've literally come so far. And to just walk away and be like, okay, yeah, no, we're not doing it. Because why? Because you sell away your eternal souls. So isn't that the whole point of being a cleric? Is that you serve your divine god? Unless I somehow later find out that you were like kidnapped and like forced to become a cleric, then that's a different story. You know what? Yeah, just go for it, killer. Actually, no, this is a stupid question to say. Do you, I will not interfere.
Well, well, well. What's that I sense? A spear intended for my heart? Empowered by your goddess, empowered to kill the child of a god. Do you know what I am, little assassin? For I know you. A lost child, frightened by wolves in the dark.
What did you say?
Much has been promised to you, hasn't it? But what has been taken from you? What do you know of your own heart? Your own life? I sense more in you than you know.
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter once I become who I'm meant to be.
She knows something about you. Spare her and see what she has to say. What if I just can we see what she has to say first and then you kill her? Why not? Why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos? I love how option number one is literally just like being like Emperor Palpatine whispering in her ear, be like, kill her, finish the trial, kill her. that's so fucking evil. Oh my god. Persuasion, oh my god, I have disadvantage because I'm encumbered. I mean, I don't really want to persuade. I'm kind of, I want to know more, yes. I don't trust your god also. Your god is kind of like Omega sus. You're literally, is literally the god of sus. Oh god, I'm having fucking second thoughts now. Have you become a Justicar of the god of sus? That wiped away your memory? Or have you not devote your life to the god of sus? Somehow achieve free will? And This is making my head hurt. I'm gonna say she knows something about you. Spare her and let's see what she has to say. Oh, whoa. It's that easy. Damn, girl, you were not hard to convince.
I can't believe I just did that. Lady Shah will disown me. What will happen to me?
Not what will happen. What will you do? Your past is not yet lost. Your future is not yet fixed. Lay a hand on me in friendship, not quite Sharon. And I will fight the battle that has been waiting for me this last century. Then, oh then, we will have much to discuss. Lady of Silver, hear me. She who guides the Moon Maiden Seluna, mother of the so-called Night Song. The Night Song is no more! You have given me a great gift, little warrior. Don't you find it oh so curious that you would spurn your dark lady? Perhaps you feel a stirring of the truth already. But that will come later. There is a battle yet to be fought. You have done what we feared was impossible. You have released me from a century of sorrow. Your power is great. So too must be your weapon. You must choose what you will wield. And the Moon Maiden will provide. Thus I have said. Thus will it be so. Are you ready?
I love how I'm just standing in the back with my hands on my hips. Ready for what?
To kill Ketheric Thorn.
Oh, sure, I'm down. Oh, you're a weapon.
We need to leave. Lady Shah won't stand for us to be here, not after what we did.
If Shar is angry, she's being remarkably quiet about it. You know, you'd think she would have said something by now. Or killed us, considering we are in the fucking shadow dimension.
That's what frightens me. She must be angry. Yet, I don't feel it. Or hear it. There's only silence. Let's get out of here, please. Whatever's coming, I don't want to be in the heart of the Shadowfell when it finds me. The Night Song will be headed for Moonrise Towers. We'd better get there and see what she's unleashed against Ketheric Thorn.
Alright, I'm down. Sounds cool. Yeah. She looks powerful. She looks like she could kick Ketheric's ass. the more people we have kicking Catherick's ass, the better. We're like ready too. This is like the last thing I'm still totally lost on the story, but I really want to play this when I'm home again. It's very good game. It's addicting game. It's extraordinarily good game. Oh, what the fuck? I got a spear. And she's flying. Oh shit, it's undoing the shadow curse. We did it. We saved the city. Oh, okay. Victory howl. Ow. Moonrise Towers. So cool. This is very
powerful ally. Well chosen, Shadowheart.
hell yeah. That was awesome. Now we just walk very calmly into the exit.
Forgive me.
Shadowheart, what happened? You were missing for a moment.
I thought I was done for. I thought perhaps I might have been dead. This is all like some sort of terrible dream. But it's real, isn't it? I stood before the night song. I heard Lady Shah's words. And I failed her. Worse than failed her, I defied her. Just because of what that Asimar said. I tried to leave, but Shah blocked me. Punished me for failing her. I thought I knew the limit of pain that the incurable wound could inflict, but I had no idea. It felt like I was suffering the agony of 1,000 people all at once. My blood was boiling, my hair was on
Thank you so much for the gifted sub.
I thought I'd
Oh my god,
calm
it's a
my
base
face off with the
boost.
pain. But then she released me. Banished me, more like.
Hang on, we're in the middle of a cutscene.
She said I was an outcast. That all of her children would know me and revile me.
Shadowheart looks distraught, abandoned by her goddess and all former allies. And as for her divine magic, admitting who empowers her now may break her spirit for good.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about timing. No problem. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, homie. Also, hi Noi. Hi Noi, good to see you again. How are you? Happy Friday, bro. Are you having a TGIF? Thank you. Yeah, enjoy the emote base boost. We have it's that. It's that right there that's happening right now on my head. I went to Naruto Ramen. Hell yeah, dude! That place is fucking awesome. I haven't been there in a hot minute. And my brain stopped working for a second. If you're still down to go to do a Harold and Kumar style adventure to White Castle, just let me know. I'll pull up, bro. But hi! Oh my gosh! Thank you. Yes, always. Hell yeah, homie. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a little adventure. We'll make a book out of it. If it's any consolation, I think you did the right thing.
You're lucky to have such confidence. Me. I think the full price of what I've done is yet to reveal itself. I'm a target to Lady Shah's followers now. Night Song promised she'd tell me something about myself. I need to speak with her as soon as I can. What she said to me back in the Shadowfell about the wolves, that's no coincidence. She took flight to hunt down Ketheric Thorm. All I can do is help hasten his demise, and hope that answers soon follow.
How you feeling?
Do you really need to ask?
I mean,
I'm sorry. I have a lot on my mind. The Shadowfell, Night Song. I can think of little else.
that Night Song sure got a lot of explaining to do. She really did. I was hoping for like a lore dump, but she really just kind of left. I'm just as disappointed as you.
Yes. I'm counting on it. I have little else to turn to. The sooner I speak to Night Song, the sooner I'll know what the future holds for me. Assuming I have a future at all.
Okay. Okie dokie.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
So like what has changed about you? You're not. Did your domain change? You're part of the trickery domain. Were you always part of the trickery domain? Ow. V1 Ultra Kill. Hi. Hi, V1. Good to see you. And now you're pelting me.
Never a dull moment.
Never a dull moment indeed. What are our spell slots looking like?
Get on with it.
Oh, okay, you're out of high shit. You're fine. And you're just you. Alright, I have to drop off all my trash, because I have a lot of trash. Actually, I should be selling all my shit. I'm assuming everyone's left to go to Moonrise. Because it's Moonrise time now. Where is it? There it is.
There you are. What's happening out there?
Hello?
Who was that streaking across the sky?
Oh, it's you. Oh, wait. The Night Song, was that Isabel Thorm? Oh my god, no one fucking explains these things to me. It's because I didn't read the books. I'm just gonna say that her name is Night Song, an immortal Ketheric had trapped within the Shadowfell.
An immortal? But it can't possibly be.
Ow!
Never mind. It doesn't matter. What matters is you have him in a corner. Jaheira and every fighting body in this place have gone to Moonrise Towers to face Ketheric down. She's waiting for you there.
Figured. Okay.
End this. Now. We're all counting on you.
Am I ending Act 2, like, today? Am I about to end Act 2? No, dude, the traitor left. Please tell me this guy's still here. Oh, thank God.
Need to find a way forward.
Why would the traitor leave? You're not able-bodied, you're just a merchant. Stop fucking pelting me. The slowest walk on Earth.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
No, I will smite you.
Did you see it? The path of light. That's good, right? Means we might make it out of here alive.
Suit you. Oh, great. You don't even have that much cash on you. Wonderful. Latest. Moonlight Glaive. Oh, it's just a rare glaive. 1d10 plus 5 plus 1d4 radiant. 1d4 radiant. That's actually not bad. You know who this would fuck with? Karlach. Great club plus 1. Don't need this. Making money. Making so much money. I'm making the money. He's making the money. What's he making? He's making the money. Making money. Making money like I've never made it before. What's he making? He's making money. He's making money. I'm making money. I'm gonna hang on to the rest of that shit. Making money, I'm just gonna sell the trash mostly. Oh, okay, now he's out of gold. He's out of gold? Gold, you say? Gold. Alright, that's it.
I'll be here if you need.
Great. That wasn't even everything. I'm back to where I was fucking like 2 sessions ago, where I have more items to trade than I have like merchants accessible to me to sell all the shit to. I've also learned from my mistakes on that previous necromancer fight. Dude, fuck Astarion. I'm bringing Gale with me. Let me just grab everything that needs to be left behind. Alright, let me see something here. Oh, right, I got you that fucking halberd. Oh man, I literally just got you this. And I'm already replacing it. Such is life in the zone. That's a +8, 6 to 15. +8, 6, 15. It's the same shit. You have an ability for it though. What's this? Moonlight butterflies. Strike a foe, conjuring an illusionary swarm of moon pale butterflies, granting advantage on attacks against the target, dealing additional psychic damage equal to your proficiency bonus. When the target moves away from your illusion, it takes 1d6. Cool. Cool beans. Cool beans. Those beans are pretty cool. Hey man, your beans? Pretty cool. What about Lae'zel? Can I give her anything? Do you benefit from any of this? Here, take your sword back. A 1d12 plus 5. You have an 8 to 6, 17. I need to do a little bit of inventory management. People, I'm so sorry. That this is gonna it's gonna get a little boring. I'll try and be quick. Let's see here. First things first, give me all this shit. Plus 8, 6, 17. And with this, plus 8, 6, 15. No, not as good. Yeah, you really kick ass with that axe. Damn, dude. That halberd was expensive too. And I'm already phasing it out. Fuck. Oh, I can't carry anymore. There's my money. Put the money with the money. Okay, I picked up some rare shit here. Oh, I also have scrolls to give to Gale. Give to Gale. Do I have arrows? I do not have arrows. I'm gonna get rid of that. Anything else needs to be put away? I need to figure out who's getting this fucking hand bow. Least expected. Actually, you know what really would be funny? Can you use hand bows, bro? I can't fucking tell. Why does it not tell me what your proficiency in? Will forever be the fucking bane of my existence. Whatever, I have a short bow. The short bow could go. Right? Because Asterian's not going to use it. Oh, right, I've got the circlet. Fucking casting Animate Dead for fucking free? Are you kidding me? Magical durability. The wielder has +2 bonus to save those against spells. Alright. You get this. I will have Animate Dead for free. I might give this to Will. Oh no, this is medium armor. Ugh. Fucking pain in my ass. What else did I pick up? Right, I've got these Dark Justicar things. Damn, yo, your shit sucks. I mean, I guess it's time to start gearing up Halcyon. I don't know what you take, though. Dark Justicar gauntlets, sure. Well, we'll just have to pocket this. Pocket this. Shadow Blade. I should give this to Will. What do you have? Synergistic cantrip. Will concentrate your weapons. Okay. Sure. I guess. Collision skill out of the wielder deals additional 2 points of damage against creatures that are illuminated. Pretty shit. Pocket this. Pocket this. The bow, least expected. While obscured in shadow, the wielder has 1d4 bonus to their ranged attack weapons. What does Asterian have? Oh, right, you have the fucking absolutely goated bow. Never mind, forget that. I'll just pocket this. Fucking hand crossbow. Please tell me you can use hand crossbows. I don't know if you are or aren't. This light crossbow is a two-handed. I just want to have this on him so he can cast another Scorching Ray for free, because I just think that's really funny to have. Either that or it would go to Will. Let's pick up Gale, because we were gonna pick him up anyway. Where the fuck is he? Senor Gale. Paging Senor Gale. Can you use hand crossbow? I really need to know. It is important. Anyway, Dad, let's fucking go. Ah, dude, that I bring so much serotonin.
Shadowheart. The gods are nothing if not vindictive in their vengeance.
Oh, everyone has something to say. Oh god, I have so many things to say. Let's not talk about that for now.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Which of our esteemed company am I stepping in for?
Stare.
Back in the thick of things at last. Oh, how exciting.
I love this dude.
Elminster's not around, so might as well.
Not proficient in martial weapons or hand crossbows. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, let's go to Gale then. Or not Gale, fucking...
May it please, Mistra.
Other fucking guy, Will. What do you have a circlet? Oh, right. You can put that shit back on. Put that shit back on, or so help me, so help me, so help me. Put this fucking bullshit back on, or so help me. What the fuck is it? There it is. You're proficient. Okay. Congratulations. You can now cast fucking bullshit. What? What did I just roll for?
Origin.
Nani? Oh, you've rolled a history check on the crossbow. Cool. Neat. Neaterino. Neaterino, neaterino. Alright, do we have anything else here to do? No, okay, you've got your scrolls. Got a lot of scrolls. Well, can you learn anything? You can learn Bestow Curse. Alright. Let's bump up your fucking list. I think that's everything, right? You should know pretty much everything else here. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Still breathing, despite everything.
What do you guys have to say?
Private word would be nice.
Shah called Shadowheart nothing. But I know better than that. She is something. She is worthy. She is strong. She is Shadowheart. Nothing can take the her from her. Not even a goddess.
Oh god, I should probably actually go through everyone's dialogue now that I'm finishing fucking Act 2. Fine. The cultists have taken your father to Moonrise Towers. Florix confirmed it.
Then we know our mission. All roads converge at Moonrise.
Yeah, we're literally headed there like right now. Can we trust Florix?
I was 11 when the Councillor spotted and slayed an assassin.
Wait, I've already heard this story.
The father's at Moonrise Towers, and we need to save him.
The cult must have some reason for taking your father, but what?
They want violence, they want control, they want Baldur's Gate. Who better than Grand Duke Ravengard to surrender it? Who better than the commander of the Flaming Fist to dismantle its defenses? They will infect him, and the city's guardian will become its ruin, unless we put a stop to it.
To Moonrise, then. We can't let the Absolute take Grand Duke Ravengard.
We can't and we won't. Ketheric Thorm be damned.
Huzzah! Alright, is that everything? Mr. Halson?
Shah's ire has shaken Shadowheart. And yet she goes on. There is untold strength there, I feel.
You spent all these years fighting the Shadow Curse. What happens once it's lifted?
Honestly, I never thought I'd make it that far. But the Absolute is a threat to all, and I promised I'd help you with your parasite.
Wait, I've already heard this.
So, I'll remain with you. If you'll have me, that is.
Of course, I only wish you joined me earlier.
So do I. But one duty at a time.
How am I I've gone through all these dialogue.
Honestly, you've surpassed even those. Seemed my faith was more... What would you like to know? Save for me...
I've gone through all these. Why is it giving me the option again?
Time ago. It was a long time ago. I'm 350 years old. Right now, I did anytime.
Okay. I'm not gonna talk to the kid.
Over than through.
Should we short rest? We already short rested. Should we long rest before we go to Moonrise? Will I have an opportunity to come back?
Wanted something?
Like midway through the tower? Because if I could long rest, like, if I could do, I can do like the first half. I'm assuming it's just the size of a dungeon, right? I could do like the first half, with what I've got so far. But midway through, I am going to need to take a long rest. There's some matters I wanted to discuss.
I'm sorry. It might be best kept until later. I'd be a poor counsel and worse company just now.
Okay. Asterian. Malarian. Cabarian.
I suppose it was only a matter of time until Shah took vengeance. For the Lady of Loss, she does not like losing.
Astute observation. I've already answered these. I've gone through all this dialogue. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Why is the kid still here? Arabella, why are you still here? Also, your ability is goated as fuck.
I guess I can take care of myself. I mean, I've gotten this far.
Oh, right. You said you were going to leave when we get out of this fucking area. Lae'zel.
Shadowheart suffers. You might be surprised, but it pains me to see. Now, what would you ask of me?
I'd like to talk about us.
I'm listening.
Or we could get a smooch for good luck.
Here. Now.
Yes.
If it weren't apparent, it should be. I'm not keen on such outward displays of our flesh bond.
Show a pouty face. I fucking got one. I'm gonna roll inspiration. Oh, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Come. Let me taste.
Hooray! We've done it. I need to speak to Gale also. I just remembered. What am I to you?
You are
I've already heard this. All right. Who else? Fucking Karlach. Any witty words, wise words?
I hate seeing Shadowheart suffer like this. All for doing the right thing. It's up to us to look after her now. If she needs a rest, we carry her. If she needs a hand, she has ours. If she needs ears, we've got 4 between us. Whatever she needs.
I don't have ears. How do I hear? I just noticed. You got your second upgrade. How does it feel?
Like I got something back. Something I've wanted for a really... When I touch...
Wait, I've also heard this already.
Not sure the world's ready for unleashed Karlach, but it's getting it anyway. Thanks to Damon.
What about what Damon said about your engine
Thanks
won't
to
survive in the material plane?
I don't want to think about that now. Misery always overstays its welcome, and joy leaves too soon. I'll cry later, but not now.
What do you do with your newfound freedom?
The world's
Right.
my funhouse.
Very glad you got what you wanted.
God.
Well, I've gone through all of this dialogue already. I don't know why it's giving me the option to do it again.
I do enjoy our conversations. What do you need?
Okay. All right, time for the awkward conversation about before. So I totally hit on you earlier, and then Lae'zel, and then me and Lae'zel became a thing.
I thought you would show me the respect of telling me first, but no matter. You can tell me now. Who is it to be? Me or her?
Damn, dude. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of I lost interest in you. I will apologize.
If that is what will make you happy. Well, I am not the one who would stand in your way. I won't leave. Not unless you want me to, or until fate forces my hand. If your friendship is all we have, then I will be happy to have it. Eventually.
Aww. For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
Worry not. I carry my regrets wherever I go, and I'm used to their weight. One more will not break my back.
Oh, damn. Good guy. I like this guy.
How can I help?
Hey, is that all your dialogue? Oh yeah, I've already gone through all these. I'm just gonna fucking click through all this. How you feel? Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
He saved the realms more.
Is that all the dialogue? I feel like there was more right now. All right. Has your relationship with me degraded? Nah, you're still pretty high. What is everyone's? Oh yeah, of course yours is fucking maxed out. Okay. Spells! Spells! Spells. What do I want? I don't really need any of these. I suppose I could do with lesser restoration. Just in case, right? Then there's the real question, what do I swap for it? Well, I've done well so far without it, so... yeah.
I'm ready.
Shadowheart, what are your spells? You know banishment since fucking when? You got Death Ward, freedom of movement. No, I like you having these. Blindness could probably go. It's a charisma save. But your shit is wisdom. Damn, yo, your spell save is 14? That's fucking ass. Your spell attack is +6 though. That's... eh. gonna swap out blindness for banishment. You don't have spells. You've got an astronomical amount of spells. You also cash it for free all the fucking time. Mage armor, shield, hold person, mirror image, web, slow, counterspell, haste, remove curse, conjure minor elemental, confusion, polymorph, stone skin, banishment, dimension door, phantasmal killer, ice storm, blight, 2d8 46. This is 8d8. Alright, so blight seems to be like the big damage dealing spell. Thing is I feel like everything's gonna be fucking immune to necrotic in that place. Minor elemental. Hunt a creature with its worst nightmare. It takes 40-10 psychic damage per turn, cannot move, has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls. That's not bad. I might also give you banishment. Or I might take slow off. No, slow is pretty good. It's a pretty good, like, boss debuff. God, giving you darkness would kick so much ass. I don't really want to swap anything for it. Actually, that's not true. I could swap web for darkness. Oh, but then again, I'm fighting the fucking undead. Everything's gonna have true sight. Or if not true sight, it's like fucking demonic sight or whatever. I feel like darkness isn't gonna work. It heavily obscures though. There's a difference between darkness and heavy obscursion. Intelligence save. What's this one? Dex save. 4-meter radius. That's actually very small. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep darkness. Darkness is it's super goated ability. Confuse. I might swap Confuse for Phantasmal Killer if I'm being somewhat honest. Or Blight. But oh wait, no, again, Necrotic. Impale a storm of hail and ice to crash from the sky, covering the ground and striking all objects and creatures within range. I don't have to hold concentration on that either. Although, am I going to be fighting, infected people now? That would actually be a different story. I think we've gone past the necromancer phase. I mean, I've literally killed a necromancer. Ketheric just has the absolute people. And those are just people. I can confuse them. I could also blight them. 8d8. I'm gonna give you Blight. You need a dedicated high level damage ability outside of your free casts. Okay. Are we ready? One thing. Alright. Let's skedaddle. Oh, hang on. Actually, can I? Get this shit out of here. Organizing inventory. Alright. Now we're actually ready. To
What I
Moonrise.
expected to find lurking in this cursed gloom. Certainly wasn't this. Glimmer of hope amidst the darkness.
That's one way of looking at it. You could also say it's a prime target. One pocket of light in the gloom.
Oh, pragmatism. Thy name is Shadowheart. You're not wrong, though. Best we keep our sojourn here to a minimum. Ah, excellent choice.
My faith protects
We all have our stuff. We all have our stuff. Alright, we've all got our stuff. Road to Baldur's Gate. And then we just go south. So yeah, because it's fucking Isengard over there. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard, to Isengard, to Isengard. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard, to Isengard, to Isengard.
Wondering about your queen, Vlaakith. What tales of her reach us are terrifying. How you would describe her.
Vlaakith is unity, fear and beauty, life and unlife. Eyes like onyx, teeth like daggers. There is none more perfect.
Sounds vile. I assume the meaning of perfect was lost in translation.
Holy fire. Ooh. Oh, and there's a sigil here. Oh, friends. Bunch of dead harpers. Is it me or are they T-posing?
Make no mistake, I will have answers about these gay tadpoles.
Easy, Lae'zel. We need answers, yes, but you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Perhaps that doesn't translate. I don't know if Githyanki have honey, or vinegar, or flies, even. Let's just show some restraint.
I'm capable of restraint, just as you're capable of raw fury. I trust we'll find reason to exercise both here.
You two done chatting? I suppose. All right. There's like these little corners of the map. I'll just see what's in here. And then we'll go to Moonrise. I want to make sure I finish everything, you know. See everything there is to see. No gold.
Might be useful.
I hear things. I hear things. What the fuck?
I should speak up.
You should leave now. I should have left when I still could.
Controls the part of the coins protecting the toll collector. What the fuck? Who the I'm guessing the toll collector's the guy I'm hearing upstairs. Oh great, I'm about to get into a fight, aren't I? Ooh, money. Vestige of greed. Who's that? Cowardice. Wonderful. Oh, what the fuck?
What do you bring?
Garangoth Thorm? Who are you? Even though it says your name.
I require good.
Toss him a gold piece.
Again.
What am I getting out of this exactly?
You may pass the river, but first you must pay.
I've already paid.
Again.
How much do you want?
All that you have.
Alright, see, that's gonna be a problem. We're going to fight, aren't we? Okay, so be it.
If you cannot pay, you cannot pass. Gold! Gold! Gold!
Oh god, there's so many skulls. What the fuck? What just healed me? Oh god, so many things just happened. What? 8d12! What the fuck? What the fuck? Damages a character based on how much gold they're carrying? Oh, I'm so dead. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that why it did no damage to the others? Holy shit, I'm gonna die. This sucks. How much health do you have? Oh, ow. Oh. Oh, you're not just a boss. You're like a super boss. When was the last time I saved? Oh, you've got to be fucking me. You've got to be fucking me. Oh, no. Oh, we have to leave. We have to leave. We're leaving. We have to leave. We're leaving. Wah, 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 wah. What can I do to help us leave? I'm a fucking, holy shit. Gale? Smoke bomb. Alright, now get the fuck out of there.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Where's the exit? We're leaving. Exit's that way.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Oh my god, that lady's insane. Running for the door. Running for the door. Why are they going to the roof?
Make way.
Fucking run! I hope that bitch dashes. Yes! Coin whip. Shield. Run. Whose turn is it?
Survival
Lou.
is all that matters. With haste.
The witching hour.
Get the fuck out of there. Get the fuck out of there. Oh my god, get the fuck out of there. Oh my god, get the fuck out of there. Oh my god, get the fuck out of there. Fucking run.
Where do I go from here?
I was not ready for this fight. I have to leave. I have to leave, put all my cash in the fucking box, and then come back and then fight her. But holy shit, dude, I have to go to war with her. Oh my god. I gotta go to war. So much health. 600. Oh my god. Oh my god. But you know what it is? It's the minis. It's the ads. The ads give her protection. Regardless, we did not come here. It in a very good way.
Heading there.
Running away, running away. They're gonna chase. Oh my god. It was so far.
Taking position.
Running away. Running away. I'm almost tempted to close the doors on Gale, but that'd be so fucking PM. No. Man, when I thought I was done with Act 2, man. I really thought, okay, Moonrise Tower is time. Oh boy. I find fucking Sephiroth in a corner. Oh lord. Oh lord, it's gonna hurt. Left coin whip. Removing the toll collector's left arm makes using this attack impossible. The left arm. Gale, how many spell slots do you have?
No gloom.
Oh, you're at max.
Doom.
I'm tempted to dimension door you. Take the hit. Oh my god, that hurt a lot. However, that also pushed you back. Hello, Mao. Close the door. And dimension door. Teleport yourself and one adjacent ally. Am I taking Lae'zel? No, Lae'zel can move pretty fast. I'm taking myself. Time to skedaddle. Time to skedaddle. I can go over here. How far can we run? Oh, that way. Target is out of sight. Fuck. Yeah, it's gonna have to be like over here. Could run that way. No, we're already started going this way.
No choice but to keep going. Light on my feet.
Who do I have that's mobile enough to kill the ads? I could probably get Asterion. Or Will. And Asterion and Will, Asterion just spam arrows all over the place, and then Will can just Eldritch Blast everything, maybe? Question mark? I'm not entirely sure. This situation's kind of fucked.
Heading there.
Oh my god, they keep closing the distance. Wait, can I flee combat? I can flee combat. Do you want to flee from combat? Wait, no, that's Shadowheart. Yeah, Shadowheart flee from combat. You're just back at camp. Okay, well, meanwhile. Can I leave combat? I can. Meanwhile. Greed's almost dead. I gotta go though. Lae'zel is falling behind.
My path be true.
I might have to have you use your Githyanki thing. Yeah, these guys are just... Bro, they're on the roof! They're on the roof! Ugh. Gale, you've got something. Oh yeah, you do. I should slow her down.
Rook to queen 6.
Oh, I could have had you dimension door again. If we're still in combat by the next round, I'll dimension door. I don't want to though. I might have to. These skulls are fucking annoying. You can't even fucking jump after that. Oh yeah, you can. Oh my god, I forgot how far you go. Later. That's so fucking funny. Can you flee combat? Oh, you're so close. I could have you action surge, dash, and leave, and then it'd just be Gale. Let's do it. I'll short rest anyway. Fuck it, I don't care.
No time to waste.
You out? You're out. Galerino. Oh my god, that grease did nothing. Oh my god, that grease did nothing. Alright, well, I didn't want to have to do this. Alternatively, I could have you go invisible. That's once every long rest, though. I would rather save that. What can I actually have you do? You could haste yourself. That's a level 3 spell slot, though. I kind of don't want to waste that. But I'm already wasting a fucking dimension door. What other scrolls do you have? Okay, I could do Grace again. Although that's not like it really fucking matters. That bitch kind of just ran through that shit. Can you go over here? Flee combat. Thank God. What a shit show, man.
Time to get going. Can't give up now.
What a shit show. Hang on, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. That was awful. I've never ran away from combat before. That's the first time I've done that. How does this work when I come back?
What am I to do?
You're out of spell slots. Fucking
Quite ready for you.
Christ.
Never a dull moment.
Do I keep Shadowheart with me? I could keep Shadowheart with me. I could have... maybe swap... Who would be best for that? I do kind of think Astarion would be good for this. Although watch me end up having the same issue that I had last time, where my backline just gets fucking nuked. I'm afraid I won't even be able to even establish a backline. We might have to do this Trojan style. There's a Greek. That thing where like you like bunch up together. You have to I forgot what tactic that. It doesn't matter. I want to keep Gale. I do think we can benefit from a large scale AoE. What do you have?
One with the weed.
I think for this one you might actually Ice Storm might actually be worth it. Gale, you're in charge of ad clearing, Shadowheart support. Alternatively, I can have well, I want two people focusing the two people on the boss, 2 people on the ads. Squirrel, hi Squirrel, welcome back. Pizza, thank you. How was your day? How was your little adventure? How's it going? I'm theory crafting for a boss fight. I finished like a big dungeon, and then I was about to do the finale of the act dungeon, and then I found a secret, or not really a secret, but I found like a side boss that's very scary. So I'm trying to theorize what would be best, because they have a lot of ads and they have a massive health pool. So Lae'zel definitely needs to stay here. I'm thinking me and Lae'zel in the front. I'll tank shield damage. Gale on AoE, ad clearing, and probably Astarion on ad clearing. Well, Astarion would be a flex actually. He'd be the flexible pick. Alternatively, I can have Karlach and have Karlach fight the ads. Also, I'm a lion now. Meow. What's Karlach's ad clearing capability? Because the only reason I'm picking Astarion. Well, I guess they would just be supporting Gale. It's because there's so many of them and they're so scattered. It would be better to have the ad clearing group be ranged, focused. Oh, but the enemies are melee. I could just have Karlach protect Gale. She'll be the front line of group B. I think that's how we're gonna settle it. Actually, I like that idea of having her back up Gale.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Because am I committing to swapping out Shadowheart? Yes. Am I? I would have to long rest if I really want to get her at full potential, but really that would just be unlocking Guardian of Faith. I want to be honest, Guardian of Faith only not it's I don't know, man, not really up to what it's not as good as it is in the tabletop version, I feel. It's the fact that like it takes damage that it deals. That's kind of huge. that really limits its longevity. Cause like, man, is it awesome in the tabletop? All right, where am I?
Is that blood? No, never mind.
What is the dog's friend? That's an owlbear cub. It's a baby. It's an owlbear cub. Little guy. He's just a little guy. Needs a bath, but cute. Oh, he's adorable.
Soldier,
I need to take that fucking mask off you. That thing's terrible.
no room in your party. What should I...
Here's another big problem. Oh, never mind. Actually, I was gonna say I'm out of spell slots, so no, I'm not. I'm fucking great. I'm doing great. I'm doing awesome. What do you have? Do you need anything else?
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
Should I could soul coin Karlach. That actually wouldn't be too bad. That's actually not a bad idea. I should use the soul coins because I feel like that's gonna be one of those like RPG resources that I just end up hanging on to and then I just fucking never using. Oh, most important fucking thing of the encounter, the entire encounter. I'm throwing, bro. I actually almost threw. I need to leave all my money behind. Because apparently, the encounter scales off cash or gold. Insane. I give him props though. That's fucking cool. That's awesome. It actually scared me. Actually really scared me. Now I have to heal with potions. Oh wait, but I get max healing on potion on fucking healing. Whoa. Oh, I should aid also. Aid. Potion. 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 Alright, I'm good. Shield of Faith. Store protection too. Store protection. Mark the Votif.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
Do you need to cast anything? You need to cast Mage Armor. Alright, you're good.
Alright. What now?
Alright, team. Let's roll out. Alright. Stick to the plan. Maintain formation. Focus on roles. Play your roles. No, oh, great. Here's the real question. From where do we engage? High ground. If Obi-Wan Kenobi has ever taught me anything in my fucking life, it's to take the high ground. And who am I to distrust the word of a man such as Obi-Wan Kenobi? Exactly. Oh, there's a ladder. We can funnel them. Perfect. Oh my god, that hurt. Shield. Who's up? Karlak? Oh, I should have had you rage. Actually, no, you could rage now. What does this do? Moonlight Butterfly is right. I might have to have you start busting out. Yeah, we got bust out big guns. Strike a foe, conjure. This is also perfect, ideal. I have the boss entirely to myself for almost an entire round before the ads come in. And I don't think they would have to funnel through the ladder though, because they fly. Strike a foe, conjuring an illusionary swarm, blah blah blah, deal psychic damage to your proficiency from another part if the target moves away from the illusion. Right. First things first, rage. Alright, get her with this shit. Good shit, good shit. Just do damage. Do damage for now. Flank around. Oh wait, that affects teammates too. Oh no, that's not good. That's really funny. Whoops. Wait, but you don't have it. That's totally fine. Oh, I should have had you aid. Oh, whatever. That's totally fine. Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark. Action Surge. No, both short. Yes, actually. Do damage. Evasive footwork. Gale, back that ass up. You gotta back up, my dude. Thank you for the 30 bits. And the big emote. Swinging your little arms. Look at you doing a little dance. Actually, let me examine you again. What are you resistant to? Nothing. Perfect. I'm gonna blast the shit out of you. Actually, Contra Minor Elemental. I don't really actually have anything to blast you with. Actually, yeah, I suppose if there is a round to minor elemental, it's this. Here's the real question: Mud Memphis, Ice Memphis, or Azure? Conjure an Azure from the plane of fire. It deals both bludgeoning and fire damage with its warhammer. Can overheat. Conjure 2 Ice Memphis. All right, I remember these. Do the Azure. Do in front of me. Oh, I can control him. Oh, it's like a. Oh, whoa, dude, you're sick. It's like a flame dwarf. Sick. What do you get? Overheat. Release the fraction of your inner fire. All nearby creatures take damage and start burning fiercely. Oh god. Backbreaker. Possibly knock your opponent prone. Weakening strike. Concussive smash. Searing smite. I should concussive smash you because your AC is 16 and I can have you do more. I can have my folks do more damage. Alternatively, stack the damage. Stack the damage. Oh, you missed. Fuck off, man. No way.
The dice roll in my favor. Pawn to cleric 4.
Oh, they're taking the. Why are they taking the ladder? That's so fucking funny to watch. Oh, there's vines there. Well, the ads are here. Peter, the horse is here. What do I do? What do I do? Dude, I don't know what the fuck to do. Moonlight butterflies? Oh, this gives me advantage. Damn, these things are fucking. Alright, I should smite. Yeah, they really just spent all their turn stashing. Oh my god, please don't. You're rushing my mage. Don't rush my mage. What is wrong with you? What is this? What is this red circle? Did you just drop explosive gold? You just dropped explosive gold. That's insane. Like I have you on ad clear. Oh god, please don't trigger. Oh thank god. Very good, very good. Now get the fuck out of the blast radius. Lae'zel, you're on DPS. Excellent, excellent. Great damage. Fantastic damage. I just broke my fucking concentration. It's fine, it's fine. Body block for Gale. Random dwarf guy. Hit the big motherfucker.
Swords meet sorcery.
If you fireball, can you get all the skull motherfuckers? No, you should probably. How the fucking plans have changed. How the situation has changed. Switching ray.
Knight to King 5.
Oof. That really hurt. That really hurt. Where am I?
Very well.
Body block. Don't let this bitch anywhere near Gale. Compel duel. Oh, sick. Warcaster. Let's go. Nice. This fight is going fantastic, by the way. I'm not worried at all. It's actually going great. I suspect like 2 more turns and it's probably over. I sound so confident. Oh, she's down this. Oh, what an interesting boss fight. All right, kill her.
Perhaps she'll find peace. No one back home will ever believe this.
Well, we did it.
Let's have a look.
Hang on. Loot time. That was... I mean, that did take like a... That took effort. That took resources. That wasn't nothing.
Wanes. Time to rest.
Twist of Fortune, Morning Star. Twist of Fortune. When you roll 2 or less with this weapon's damage dice, re-roll it and take a new result. Ooh. Weapon enchantment +1. Tenacity. If you miss an attack, you deal 3 bludgeoning damage anyway. What's the special? Blood Money. Strike out greedily, dealing additional 3 bludgeoning damage per 300 gold that the target possesses. That's fucking useless. What the fuck? The gold will be consumed. No. What the fuck? Oh my god, but it does a d6 plus 11. What the fuck? This thing's so weird. Toll House Master's Office Key. Unsigned trade visa. And money. Well, so I guess now I have this dwarf guy here. He's kind of just hanging around now. He's part of the team. Is there no limit on that? Is this guy just kind of really just here? That's awesome. That rocks. That kicks ass. Money, 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 money. There be money everywhere. There be money everywhere.
That might be worth it.
What might be worth a look?
Let's see what this does.
Seized inventory.
Hmm.
Well, we're not getting in this way.
From the roof. Hang on, let me finish looting. Really feels like one of those like, ooh, piece of candy moments. Traveler's chest.
What's in here?
Damn. Damn. Can I?
Don't give me trouble now.
What have we got? Big chest. Ooh, fancy chest. Ah, for fuck's sake. What are we looking at? 10. All right. Gloves. Gloves of Battle Mage's Power. When a weapon attack roll inflicts a condition, the wielder gains arcane acuity. Strength saving throws +1. Lame. I hate this arcane acuity shit. I would need someone to convince me that that shit is good for me to start stacking that, because it's not the first time I've come across that stuff. Big chest. Holy shit. Iron Vine Shield. When the wielder is holding a weapon empowered with shillelagh, and they are hit, and when they are hit with a melee attack, the attacker takes 1 piercing damage. What the fuck? Very situational, but it's clearly meant for a druid. Wrong floorboards. Troll collector statue, really? Alright, well, we're out of here. Now we got the vault. Strength. Increase your size of weapons, deal an additional 1d4 damage. You gain advantage on strength checks and saves until long rest. Yes. Are you fucking me? Inspire. Are you fucking... Oh. From here, it just looks like 1 piece of gold. I'm like, are you fucking serious? I went through... I wasted an inspiration point for 1 fucking piece of gold, but no, it's 514. Sure, I guess it's 514. I guess. I almost forgot about the confiscated things. Where is that again? It's over here. Shadow Cursed Vines. Medium toughness. Very strong, though.
That's curious.
Don't look like there's a way out, though. You guys wait here. Fuck, this is gonna hurt. Great axe +1. So I did not mean to ping that. Crystal ball. Come on. I'm going through all my thieves tools. Oh, thank God. Fireheart. Forever in flames. Whenever you take fire damage dealt by another creature, you gain 2 turns of heat. Awful. That's money, though. Can I... How do I... I'm trying to jump out of here. Allow me the ability to jump. You want me to jump out the window, don't you? Oh my god. I don't want to. But I don't want to. I can just jump up right now. I can just jump up right here. Can I really not jump though? It's not fucking loaded for me. So it won't... Too high, path is interrupted. What do you mean too high? Too high, oh no. Gotta jump out the window. Fuck. That really hurt. Alright, you guys get down here.
Scars. Spell and sword alike were used to ravage this battlefield.
Imagine the glorious din of it all. The streaming banners, the charging knights, the piles of severed limbs and heads.
I'd rather not. It's all the same to you.
I haven't been here. Oh. I'm a big guy. I'm a big dude. I'm a big dude. Oh, hang on, just in case. Also, I noticed the Shadow Curse doesn't really get us anymore. Gold!
A great battle was fought here.
An extra vicious one, I think. No one buried their dead.
Exactly the sort of battle I live to fight. And the sort made even more thrilling with a hot-hearted tiefling at my side.
What's that?
Good eye. I just noticed. Let me save. I'm Rainbow. I am Rainbow. I am one with the rainbow. And the rainbow is one with me. Chasm. Oh. Taste the rainbow. Shield. It's me, the rainbow. I'm calling you about your car's extended warranty. Alright, I've been here already. There's a thing over there that I want to see. Although I guess there's also something over here. You know, I'm exploring every nook and cranny of the map. Cranny? Crammy? Is that the right word? Am I saying that right? Nook and cranny? Why do I feel like that's a bad word? That sounds crass.
That's curious.
Oh. More lockpicks too. The waning moon. Haven't been here yet. If we get into a fight, we're gonna have a big problem. Pitcher of beer. It's a brewery. Cool. I hear voices. Oh my god. Thisbald Thorn. Wretched Distiller. Gaseous Reflux? Oh, fuck me, dude. 300 AC 16. You are immune to slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning and thunder. Holy shit. Oh shit. Oh. We have a problem. Alright, who are we swapping out? I can't even fucking go to camp here. What if I stand right here? Then I can go to camp. Holy shit, okay. First things first, we need to get rid of the slashers. So Lae'zel, Karlach, you're out. Asterion, I can take you because you have, wait, do you have, who's the one with, Brand the Weak? Is it you? I mean, regardless, it will actually be, it will be helpful. Get it? Do you get the joke? Do you get the joke? It grabs you by your shoulders, shakes you violently. Do you get it? Laugh! Shadowheart, you might not be useful, actually. Actually, yeah, the team would be... Fucking, who's got it? The fucking call of the week. Brand of the week, you do. Okay, yeah, Asterion. Okay, so it's gonna be, Gale, Will, and Asterion. And I'll tank. But I'm out of resources. So... here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make the most out of the situation.
We need... You wanted something? It seems like you have ample company already. You'll lead the way. You wanted something?
No.
There is work to do.
A treat from just a Boba Newt, my friend. Apple. Eat the fucking apple. Eat it. There we go. Hi, Newt. How are you? Howdy do. Good to see you.
Take you. Take you.
I just realized I could probably heal the little dwarf guy. Where the fuck is the dwarf guy? He doesn't show up in the camp. Oh, never mind. He's right there.
Let's try this way.
Keep this guy around.
Take you. Take you.
Alright.
Looking ahead.
Asterion?
There's a time.
Shut up.
Well, hello. What can I do for you? I would, but you have so
Take
many
Shadowheart's
friends already.
place.
Excellent.
My good friend Will, who I fucking, I don't know, man. There's not a single.
Onward! We cannot let the Night Song do battle alone.
Guys, I know. I know.
Well met. I'm up for the challenge. You've just got to make a... Let's make...
Alright.
Keep your distance.
Asterion, why are you hurt? Oh, yeah. I remember. Greater potion of healing. Okay. Are we good? What do you have to do? You need a cast? You need to cast this thing? You should cast this. And are you pacted with your weapon? Bind pact weapon? Alright, I think I have done all the warlock things that there is to do. Boba Newt. What emote is that? Lil bro? Snick's little bro? That's really cute, actually. Is that how I'm supposed to imagine you're staring at me?
Lost in thought.
Does anyone else need to cast anything?
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
No, I've already got Shield of Faith on. Alright. Yes. You're just like up close to me. I'm imagining just like you're just eyes agape. Quit staring at me with them big old eyes. Here's the real question. Is there a rooftop? We might have to just play high ground again. There is. Well, there's a balcony?
What's that?
You know, I think I've come to terms with this stream being... Is this better? Yes. I've come to terms with this stream being the Act 2 wrap-up stream. And the next stream is the Act 2 finale. Will this hurt me if I stand in it?
Was a time I tussled with hill giants without breaking a sweat.
Yeah, we're fine.
Now, a mere werebear could swat me halfway to arm.
Strange things are happening to us. What festers in our minds may well impel our bodies.
The waning moon. There's no rooftop, but there is a third floor.
He's patriarch of the Tsar family. Nasty fellow, if the histories are accurate.
I imagine they are.
Alright. We have to do this boss battle, and then there's staring. And then there's there's a piece of the map that I want to look at, and then we're actually done. And then I'm just gonna wrap up stream. We'll just wrap it up then, and then there's literally nothing else to do but Moonrise Towers. And that'll be next stream. I feel very satisfied leaving it off there. Goddamn. Can we stealth?
A hero at heart, charmed, I'm sure. Softer than a whisper.
You can't hide.
Admire your courage, Gale.
Thank you. Any particular reason?
Between the orb and the bug, you've got more than your fair share of unwelcome passengers.
What can I say? Mother always told me to be a gracious host.
Don't mind if I do.
Why is it pitch black in here? Oh.
Time to press ahead.
Okay, well, we won't have high ground here. But we would be on the second floor? Yes, we would be on the second floor. What's in this building?
Let's see.
Key. Wait, I didn't check. Was there anything back there? I think it was just trash, right? It's the trunk. Yeah, just the trunk. It's fucking garbage. Alright. Let's do the fight. Let's do the fight. Let's do the fight. We're gonna do a fight. It's fighting time. Everybody grab your fighting clothes. I don't like that this guy's watching. I don't like this. I want to be able to jump down without getting caught. No, I don't think we're gonna have to separate. Also, I have so many buffs. Oh my god. Fuck, I'm gonna be prone. -2. Oh man. Is that worth? Oh god, there's literally a staircase at the entrance. We could have just gone up the stairs. Right? Is that where I was? I don't even remember where I was anymore. I was over here. Yeah, I could have just gone upstairs. I took the convoluted route for no fucking reason. Oh, wait. Yeah, we can still do it. My cat stepped on my keyboard. Oh, look at that. We're already on the second floor. Oh, this is a much favorable position. How much health does he have? I don't think a staring can one-shot this guy. I'm gonna have you try. I'm of course gonna have you try.
Silent as the grave.
Please insta-kill. Nope.
The damn thing's pickled himself with booze. Will he even feel pain?
Well, the fight has begun, and he has one last ad. He's on the opposite side. We have like this fucking area right here, unlocked pretty much. Brand of the week. What's the range on this? I can make you vulnerable to piercing. No, I need him to be way closer. It's fine. Cunning action hide. There, oh boy, here he comes. Oh, dude, this guy? That's your dash. Dude. You just made it all the way here. Alright, well. I mean, we're fucking in for it now. Let me look at you one more time. 16. Right. Okay. What is gaseous reflux? Physical damage has added gas to his special brew, letting him use a roaring belch. What is roaring belch? Oh my god. 3d10 plus 4. What is numb? Your puny attacks can't break through the numbness through your ball fields. He is immune. Oh, right, okay. Get down there. Time to fight. Concussive smash. Oh, you're wonderful.
Forever dauntless.
Get back over there. Scorching. Your fucking path's interrupted. Why is your path interrupted? Should I have you just fireball? No, you're literally not in range. Wonderful. Actually amazing. I've put you in a terrible I could have you Misty Step into an actual usable position. Where are the other ads? They're over there. I'm thinking. Hang on. He's thinking with his thinking brain. Oh shit, he's fucking thinking. Wait, this is 86, 96, 86. Okay. Okay. Nothing. I'm just thinking something. I'm just thinking this over. Thinking things over. It's important to think things over. What? Uh-oh. Burning reflux. Fire damage has ignited his special brew, letting him use fiery regurgitation. Oh god, 60-10. Oh god. That was such a terrible idea. Oh my god, that was actually an awful idea. That was fucking terrible. Oh fuck. Oh god, we set the place on fire.
Never a dull moment.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, bro. Ah, great. What am I having you do? Spiteful suffering? Whoa, I just lagged for a second. I should custom smash you, actually. There's no point doing the rest of this. Wait, yes, throw. Random bullshit, go. What do I have? Grenade? This might be danger close, actually. Fuck it, take some acid. Oh my god. Elements change your ability. Let me guess, it's worse now. 80-10. Oh my god. Did I save before this fight? I'm saving now. Oh my god. What am I supposed to do? I'm just making him stronger. All of them are dashing.
Magnificent.
Pierce the weak. Path is interrupted. Why is your path interrupted? But I just made him... Hey! This is supposed to override. Affected entity is vulnerable to piercing damage for 3 turns, or until it takes damage. Oh. Oh, well, bringing you here was useless.
Quickly.
I'm just gonna have you clear ads then. Uh-oh. Oh, gosh, for fuck's sake. Can't target undead, of course. Of course. Of course. Right, should I hit you? Yeah, I'm gonna hit you.
coming through.
Blood comes easy these days.
Oh god, this sucks. It's not like it matters. I just noticed. Where the fuck has Gale been? Gale, my bro. I'm like, what? My. You're literally the key to this fight. And you're just sitting there. I hate it here.
A better position. On the hunt.
How are you not dead? Not great. What is this fight? Sincerely, what the fuck is this fight? Another drink would knock him out? Hmm. Jesus Christ. Let me think.
Cold, chilled, frozen.
Battle favors the fearless.
I don't think this is winnable. I'm being genuinely serious. I don't think this is winnable. God, I have to kill you. That did damage.
I can't even catch my breath.
Great.
With finesse. They won't know.
Oh, shit. Dude, that's awesome.
Into the fray. This is my time. What now?
Something powerful, something powerful. Throw. Alright, I've got so much bullshit, man. I've got a thing of 1d4. Let's see. Smoke powder bombs. Fine, we'll do a grenade. I just hope this doesn't hurt me too much. Oh, nice.
The subtle
Kill him. Oh my god, 76 damage. What can I do? What can I do? What's free? Necrotic? No, I think we just gotta. It's time to spend some spells. Could do ruining way. Oh no, necrotic, right? Aren't you like? Oh, no resistances. Look at that. Well, I'll be damned.
Their worst nightmare. More.
For fuck's sake.
Battle favors the fearless.
Well, so much for peace.
So close. Sorry, Asterion, finish it.
Radio.
You missed. We need elemental damage. We need elemental damage. Oh my god, you don't have fucking. I didn't give you fireball. I hate it here. I can't believe I'm having you do this. Oh wait, you've got spell scrolls. I'm stupid. Well, he's only 13, actually. That might be overkill. Yeah, cantrip.
No holding back.
He's gonna explode.
How much farther can I go?
Oh no.
Always room for more?
That was one hell of a fight. And we lost our dwarf friend. Rat bat?
That might be worth a
Hmm. What the fuck?
Anything of use?
God, for fuck's sake.
What a day. Let's crack it open.
I've got a long road ahead.
Terrible. Research notes. Dagger root. I'm just gonna take all this with me. Drow poison. Serpent fang toxin. Book. Elixir poison resistance. Chest. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, hello. On my way. Be careful. There are traps about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, don't lockpick. No. Mm-hmm. Disarm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, for fuck's sake. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I hate that you can't just use another trap disarm kit like you can lockpicks. So odd.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Punch drunk bastard. While you are drunk, you have advantage on attack rolls, and you also create a blast with each attack, dealing 1d4 thunder damage. What the fuck? That's kind of awesome, but also just kind of funny. That's just funny. That's really funny. What else? On Serpent Venom Toxin. I'm EP.
I'll give it a shot.
What else? Have we got? Chests. Multiple chests. Yep, those are definitely items. We all failed. There's probably a fucking buried chest here. Damn it. Alright, well, that's everything. I expected to find like actual like beer, you know, around here. Although I guess it's just this mug of beer. Sure, give me it. Chest. Trash. Ban list. I did not mean to ping that.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Pitcher of beer. What if I consume this? Let's get drunk. alcohol. I'm drunk. What if I just start drinking? That doesn't do anything. Either that or I'm gonna have to drink a lot more alcohol. My dude sounds so upset when he drinks. To be fair. I feel you, bro. If anything, it just plays along in character with me. Because I'm not really a big drinker. I don't really like drinking. Oh. Like little book of drinking games.
Halflings and gnomes, order here.
Open up.
No. Alright, we're done here. One thing left.
Impressive fight again. You should consider a new name.
I take it you have some suggestions?
The Wizard Wonder. Or how about the Master of the Weave?
Tempting, but I think we might already have the maximum number of theatrical titles.
Which way am I going? That way. I don't know if you guys can join me on this one.
Pickets, ballistas, siege engines. A little old-fashioned, too. 100 years? More?
What's inside?
Bunch of skeletons. Anything else around here? No. That just leads that way. Wait. Okay.
Over here.
Right. I never looked around here. Oh? Hyena? Oh, poor baby. Oh, it's the dog. Oh.
This way.
Oh man, I'm sorry, little guy. I don't even have the fucking space. That's for fun.
Never dauntless. Fleet of foot.
What fools these mortals be.
Nobody's in range. Nobody's in range. Oh, I'm sorry.
Have to keep going. Something good here, I hope.
Don't touch me. Oh, for a skeleton key.
No time to rest.
How do I get down? Gotta jump, I guess.
Breathe deep and move.
Oh, wait. I'm wrong. Why are you guys grunting when you go up ladders? Oh? I don't like that. Well, here goes nothing. No. Great. Whoa. Dude. You can't fucking hit me. Oh, that's a big guy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shadow Cursed Vine Blight. I don't suppose you can hide, right? No. Level 3, level 3, level 6. I'm constricted. Ah. Try it. Wow, you actually made it. You can't move. Could have you Misty Step. Is that too much? Is that OD? That would be fine. Oh boy. Alright. That's 2 of them down.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
That'll cost my action. Oh, you explode. Oh, that's really bad.
No holding back.
Oh, wait. Necrotic resistance, of course. I thought because you were I thought because you would be because you're plants, right? You're resistant. But plants take maximum damage from this spell, you know? But you're literally a blight. Would that override? I don't want to waste a spell slot. Because it literally says plants take maximum damage from the spell. What's your resistance? It's halved. I'm kind of tempted to find out. Should have just fireball. Fuck it. Can he save the con save? Nice.
Time to
move. What can you cast? Do a cantrip, right? Right. I should load you with more damaging spells. I don't know why I don't.
Come on, can't stay idle. No time for mercy.
Oh god, it's gonna hurt.
Battle favors the fearless.
You're so annoying.
No traps, please.
Why are you standing in it? Stop standing in it! Free ice knife.
Can't slow down.
Burlap sack. I'll read that later. Alright. We're not done yet.
I applaud your taste.
Can I climb these? Nice.
On my way.
No one's stopped me yet. Time to press ahead.
What else have we got around here? Are you fucking serious? Jesus. You think that gnome is still there?
Maybe I need more pockets.
Oh. Oh, Damn.
Simple.
I failed the IRL perception check. I didn't see this place.
At least things have stayed interesting.
It would have been interesting to see how that would go down. Oh, she's dead. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Alright, Moonrise Towers.
Moonrise Towers lies ahead. We're nearing the heart of the Absolute. I'm certain of it.
Then let us push forward, heads high, weapons in hand, and turn this tower to rubble.
Your confidence is encouraging, but a little premature. Let's keep our eyes on the task ahead. Or I, as the case may be.
Alright. We have officially finished everything. I haven't gone this way. Listen, as long as there's not another big combat encounter, I'm fine. I can handle a small one, maybe. Maybe. Oh my. Oh. It's fine. None of them can hit me. It's fine. None of them can hit me. Look at that. Oh, that's so funny. I'm about to kill like a majority of them right now. Is this big enough? Lama.
With pleasure.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Nice.
Let's get going.
See, I wasn't worried for a second. I'm resistant to fire, bitch. They didn't have anything on them. Nope. That, I'm not gonna lie, that spooked me. I was spooked. They got me. I was genuinely spooked for a good minute there. For a hot second. Give me his fucking eggs.
Hardly a challenge.
Still breathing, despite everything. What path lies before me?
So I don't know what the fuck is up ahead. This forest is huge. Gil, what are your spell slots like?
Nearest library.
I need to give you I need to give you damage.
Sharp as ever.
Will, you're out of spell slots. Do we tag in Karlach? Nah, Will's, he's capable. Oh god, your AC's 14. Jesus Christ. You know, oh, I had a great thought the other day. What is actually preventing me from just having this guy fucking, why do I not just spec him to wear armor? You're proficient in light armor, but I feel like you would go so far. If you had medium, because then you would have an AC of 16, and I would feel a lot better about you. Because wow, dude, 14 is absolutely nothing. Am I tagging you out? I'm tagging you out. You had a spell slots.
You have my attention.
I should tag out Gale, but he could still fireball.
Let's move.
Still has spell slots. Asterion. Astarion's kind of dying. Oh, but you do so much damage, bro. I'll stick with it. I'll stick with it.
Where am I needed?
Oh wait, I just realized something. Your armor of Agathis is gone. How much damage do you do? You do 7 to 16 damage. You still have Eldritch Blast. Which, in theory, could do, what's that, 28? Hmm. I'm gonna hang on to you just because I don't play. I don't
give up now.
I don't play any Will. I don't play with Will like at all. I want to see him do things. Plus, he's full health. I'll keep him around. I am kind of tempting fate here, but I believe in myself, and at the end of the day, that's all I really need. You can go very far in the world if you just believe in yourself. Just believe in yourself. Just believe in yourself. Just believe in yourself. You can go very far in the world if you just believe yourself. If you just believe yourself. If you just believe your— what the fuck? Entrance to the Underdark. This is where the elevator would have taken me. This is something I wanted to very much know about. Oh. Alright. And now I know. Because I never went through that ladder in the Underdark. Or not the ladder, it was an elevator. I never went up that elevator.
What's inside?
Quarterstaff. There's a chest here. Oh, never mind. We're just fucking blind. Guess I'm not getting that chest. What is perception based off of? Is that wisdom? Surprised Gale didn't see it. A boar. Dead boar.
Anything of use? The animal never had a chance. The curse consumes everything it touches.
What else have we got around here? Just trash. You know, for context, let's read that Dead Druid journal. Handwritten journal, abandoned for some 50 years. It details a druid's attempt to learn more about the Shadow Curse. The entries grow shorter and more sporadic as time passes. Made good progress through the mountains. Seeing the curse for the first time filled me with an awe and fear that was difficult to describe. No writing could have prepared me, nor any artist's rendition. As grave as the Archdruid Halsin's warnings were, they were still lacking compared to the reality. I shall make camp soon and press on in the morning, though in truth such terms have little meaning in this place. A dreadful night. The campfire needed thrice the wood that would normally be needed in order to keep it burning. Terrible sounds came to my ears from beyond the firelight. Rest has not restored me. If anything, I feel weaker. But I must persevere. I must trust in Sylvanas. I must venture deeper. I wonder if Halsin knows this guy. I mean, he probably obviously does. I probably could have gotten unique dialogue. Oh well. Creatures from the darkness, foul things, one grazed me. Only my torch saved me. Deep darkness, flames are instantly doused. The wound stings, flesh is turning black with corruption. The shadows are growing stronger, they are spreading. I need to return to light. The wood will not burn, I can barely see the page. I am surrounded. F.
I truly hope this blight isn't spreading.
Good thing I read that. F in the chat. Wait, I already went that way.
Don't waste a step.
With pleasure.
Let's move.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Grave robbing. Oh.
This grave is a mess. Probably an animal's doing.
Ellie May, my light, my hope, my joy.
Milk can. I now have a milk can.
That might be worth a look.
South. I see you, you son of a bitch.
Lovely day, this. For now.
They will know who I am.
Mm, 22. Damn. Oh boy, here they come. It's a good thing I'm on the front line. Whose turn is it, Gale? Oh, I already used your action. Haha, back up.
Of course. The blade will not bend.
Eight to 22. Interesting how much damage you deal. Wait, why does your chromatic orb do 3d8? I mean, regardless, it's all single target anyway. Or should I just have you cast shit? Dude, I don't know. Oh, you have multi-attack. Oh my god.
Two steps at a time. Sometimes the only way out is through.
Holy shit. Random bullshit, go. Boys? Sure. Oh boy. Gale, I need a fireball so bad. I actually really need a fireball. Oh my god, I really need a fireball. Error of many targets. Let's see if I can get a sneak attack.
Let's have a little fun.
I mean, not that it fucking matters, but still. Yo, that was awesome. That was sick. That was perfect.
Unleash me.
Now just this dickhead. You guys can kill this. Spellcasters, go!
Outflank. Outsmart.
Too dark? What do you mean too dark?
Survival is all that matters.
I don't fancy their chances.
Yeah, it's fine.
On the victor's path.
Please get back. Please get back. Jesus Christ. Just when I thought I was out of the woodworks, still got shit all around me. Dead Harpers. Yo, I'm so glad I explored this fucking area, dude. Yeah, these fucking shadow forests is really giving me a run for my money. Boba Newt, my friend with the pizza. Can I eat the? Oh, thank you. Hey, what's up, Newt? Still hanging in there. What are you up to? What are you doing? You just... Are you filing your taxes? Do newts pay taxes? For fuck's sake. Please stop taking damage, please.
Let's crack it open.
Just lurking and playing Fallout 76. Oh, nice. I hear that that's a very addicting game.
Let's get going. Breathe deep and move.
My friend Cal was really into it. Wait, it's gonna be a trap. I know on launch the game was pretty poopy. Yeah. That's what drove me away from playing it. I used to be a pretty big Fallout fan. And then I super fell off from the franchise. Although I know that ever since the show came out, people have been like getting really back into it, and Fallout 76 like had like a huge resurgence. Oh fuck. What is going on here?
Where lies your guilt?
The waiting mode.
What's going on here? What's up?
You walk in the darkness unafraid. How curious.
I wish I could know what you're saying.
A fair point. Perhaps this one could assist us. The murdered lie silent. The raven asks, will you be their voice?
What are you talking about?
Forgive me. It has been some time since I spoke to another. This woman tended a bar where she took her patrons, her friends, into her confidence, promised their secrets were safe with her. Yet she turned their words into knives and stabbed them in the back. They died because of her. And to this day, her victims lie unavenged.
Yeah, she's already dead. So?
Death is not the end, merely another beginning. I seek a record of this one's crimes, written in her own hand. Through it, I can summon her spirit and force her to face trial for her crimes.
I can do paladin things. Sure, let's do the paladin option. Hardly a fair trial. You've already decided her guilt. Why?
My reasons are of no consequence. Your soul sparks with vengeance, with fury. This is your chance to torment a murderer, to make her suffer. Will you take it?
I wish there was an option that says depends. What are we talking about here?
I thank you, as do those who died by her words. Go to the distillery.
Ah, great.
The one she calls the Waning Moon. Find the ledger and bring it to me.
Actually, do I have this already? He who was level 6, Shadar Kai Gloomweaver. He who was. Tell me more about you. I could kill you extraordinarily easily. Not that I'm going to. I'll play along. The waning moon. Wait, do I already have the ledger? I have a lot of books. Oh yeah, look at that. I picked it up without even knowing that this was special. This game is very sure, stranger. I just met. I'll commit violence and crimes for you. I mean, he's not asking for violence or crimes. He's just asking for a ledger.
Do not look at me like that.
I want to know what the animal's saying. Where's my potion of animal speak? All right.
I need a quick word.
The air stirs in trepidation. You have the ledger.
Tell me why you want it.
To punish a murderer.
Oh, well, yeah, I knew
If
that.
that is not enough, leave. I have no time for those lacking commitment.
I just don't like how, like, sus you are. You give me bad vibes. I don't like your vibes, bro. You got bad vibes. But fine, here, take it.
We have it. Her lies, her guilt. Madeline reported her friends to a dark justiciar and fled when they were butchered. Well, she flees no more. I will be the conduit for Madeline's spirit. I will force her to face trial, and you will be the judge. Make her beg. Make her suffer.
What? Okay. Sure, I'll be the jury for this fucked up trial. Let's see what she has to say.
Careful, for a serpent in life is a serpent in death.
witness.
You. He said I was gonna be punished. That you'd be the judge. But I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
Alright, spill the beans. What happened?
I said it didn't mean nothing. That Ben and Mark were just drunk and whining. The Dark Justicia promised she was gonna chat with him. She promised!
If he was drunk complaining, why'd you report him?
The Dark Justiciar said to report everything, big or small. She ain't the type you say no to. She gave him a dagger each and told him to press it against their stomachs on the count of 3, to start stabbing and not stop till she said so. She never said stop. I'd do anything to take it back. Anything.
Okay, I believe you.
What I did was wrong, and I won't ever forgive myself. But hearing that just one person doesn't hate me, that one person forgives me, makes the load so much lighter.
Thank you.
You were supposed to make her suffer, not forgive her!
Yeah, she didn't really mean to. Wasn't really her fault.
That doesn't matter! I seek the guilty, the tormented, the anguished. You have crossed me.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And for that, I end your pathetic life. You have been judged and found wanting.
Counterspell. Oh, great. Just great.
Now they see me.
Just great. Just great. Kill the bird. Sorry, bird.
Mistra Rill.
Oh god, I need to back up more if I'm gonna fireball.
Where do I go from here?
Damn, dude, I killed you in one turn. I'm not really sorry. You're kind of weird.
Always room for more? Open up. It's been... Oh, I'll need to rest soon.
Alright. We're almost done here. We just need to clear up this little center black area and we're done. I love my AC of 23. My AC of 23 makes me very happy. I don't think I've ever been this happy with my AC of 23. Guys, let me tell you about something personal. Okay, so I used to so I play the tabletop version, obviously. I play Dungeons and Dragons. One of my like personal like most invested characters I've ever made was
I smell a trap.
where? Oh, ambush. Oh my god, it's big motherfucker. Oh, great. Yeah, I'm gonna need health for this one. You two stay in the back. Yeah, so my top character was Leonin Forge Cleric, who worshipped the god Morden. And I get it. He could wear heavy armor, and he's basically this guy. He's basically just this. It's just instead of his whole Leonin thing was like crafting, obviously, because he'd worship Morden, which is like technically like a third party god, but well, we don't have to talk about that. Oh my god, dude, this encounter is huge. This is what's your AC? 7. Oh my god. External digestion can devour any creature that is restrained and steeping in its digestive stew. Oh no. Oh, you're like you're like a full fight. You're like a full boss fight. I shouldn't have a stare in here. Oh, I should save. I'm gonna try to do this fight with this comp.
At the ready.
How many spell slots do you have? Oh, you're out of spell slots. Gale, you're out. Right? Are you out? Yeah, you're out. I'm swapping you out. Swapping you out? Am I swapping you out? What can you do at level 2? Fucking garbage, that's what you can do. Alright, I'm swapping you out. What's Karlak?
At least things have stayed interesting. I have a lot on my mind.
What was I saying? Yeah, so like, I don't know, just the whole like, just the whole vibe
Dame
of.
Aelin has unleashed on this place. Ketherick will be waiting for us on the rooftop. Let's help her finish the job.
It's really funny because we're gonna long rest soon. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so like I don't know. I have like the whole like divination magic thing going on. It's the same thing. I've got I'm heavy armored, but I think Saren's like top AC when at like the highest I was able to get it was like 26, but it was like 24 like naturally. Like, dude, having a high AC is so fucking awesome. So great. And I love playing Leonin. Leonin was fun, but you know, I'm absolutely willing to play a Dragonborn. This is really fun. It's cool. I love it. I like it. I like it a lot. We're gonna be level 9 soon.
Soldier. You know I'm up for it, but your party's a little full.
I just need to make sure Astarion literally doesn't get hit once. I was gonna say, yeah. Fun times. Fun times. I forgot I have this. Should I grenade?
Someone there?
Should have a staring arrow. If we all sneak, do we have a surprise round?
Oh, I could go for a good meal.
Defender of the people.
What now?
All right. What now?
Actually, what do you guys consider? Are you all still plants? Mm-hmm. Okay. I need to stop using my arrows of many targets. I need to save up. Hold on, let me look one more time. Resistant to necrotic. And the big one. Necrotic fire, lightning, and cold. I'm yawning. I've never yawned harder in my life. If I go to turn-based mode.
Should have worn better boots. I just want a little look on the prowl.
Hey, good looking.
Don't mind me.
This is probably not working as well as I thought it would. Grenade.
Time for a new approach.
Spinach. Back that ass up. Whoa. I have a great idea, but it requires the other two to back up. Oh, perfect. You literally can't even do anything this round.
Making my move. Still on my feet.
Do none of us have actions? Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't want to use my other grenade. I don't want to, but you're fucking forcing me to. I need to back up.
For another round.
I need to back you up. If you rush attack, how much is rush attack? Oh god, no, that's not worth it at all. I need to see something.
Important is ever easy.
God damn it.
Fuck yes.
No, you can hit this guy. Knock off the big guy. Can I make you bleed? Immune to bleeding. Okay. Back up. I love glaives. I could just attack you and you can't do shit. Have you back up still more, just in case, just in case, just in case.
Another fight. Let's go.
Fuck, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. Oh. That was not my plan, but that works. Okay. Wow. Wow. Fucking wow. I have 1 HP. Llama. It's my AC 21. I could kind of still tank some things. Oh, I'm just gonna stand this Karlak. What are you gonna do? You're gonna do some fucking vine shit, aren't you? Oh, thank God. I need you to shoot the shit out of that fucking plant.
Be quick. Leave no trace.
God damn it.
I'm heating up.
Please don't explode when I fucking... When I hit you, please don't explode. Almost.
Victor's path.
Low ground was too dark. Fuck.
Time to push my luck again.
Poison bomb.
Hope this ends well.
Aw, man, only 2. Yay! That was fucking awful. What a stupid fight. Actually fucking stupid.
Never wanted the easy path. More for me.
1 HP and a dream. What'd I get? Ironwood Club. 2d4. Why does it say 1d4 plus... Oh, because it's 1d4 plus 4 with another d4. That reads very confusing. That's... Whatever. Ragged Diary. Fool me to think I'd fare better than the other treasure hunters in this god's cursed wasteland, but the promise of a cursed beast as a trophy was a temptation I couldn't leave behind. Bloody needle blights took me by surprise, though I'm not sure how. How could I have expected anything less? It's all so much worse than I imagined. Found a key up here, but unless it unlocks a chest full of water and sunlight, I have no use for it. What if it unlocks this? Of course. What the fuck's a ring of self-immolation? Nani the fuck? What the fuck? Set yourself on fire to gain heat. Engulfed by vengeful fire, takes 1d4 fire damage each turn, but can use heat convergence. Heat convert. Oh my god! Look at how many fucking pop-up boxes look. My body's covering it, but like there's a condition to a condition to a condition for this one fucking ring. Consume your heat to fuel a powerful attack. The next time you deal fire damage, you deal an additional 1 fire damage for every turn of heat remaining. Fucking what? I love how it says consume your heat to fuel a powerful attack, but it's just 1 fucking damage. It's 1 point. I mean, can I give this to Carla? Isn't she resistant to fire? What an odd item. What are your items? Yeah, you can probably get rid of that one. And that one. Oh yeah, you're resistant to fire. Alright. Sure, I guess. Here, you can self-immolate. I mean, you already pretty much self-immolate when you swallow one of the coins. We're done. We're actually officially done. Oh my fucking god, finally. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of doing long Baldur's Gate streams. I don't want to do I don't want to do it anymore. But at the same time, I have literally nothing better to do. Plus, I'm making really good progress. I'm literally at the end of Act 2. One more stream, which probably is not going to be I could probably do Moonrise in like 4 hours. A good 4-hour stream, beat Moonrise, start Act 3. That's like, that's phenomenal progress. I mean, I know there's 4 acts, so I mean, technically I would have reached the half point of the game, but I know Act 3 is very long, so I don't know. I digress. Thank you for the head pat, Snoot. I'm glad someone is here to listen to the ramblings of a madman. Time to fucking long rest. Do you have anything to say?
Strike without mercy. Shema Zala Vlakith.
Sure. Sleepy time. What the fuck? Penis. All right. Fully well rested. This is the great way to get into a great way to start off Moonrise Towers. I don't know who the fuck I'm gonna bring though. I'll bring my team. I'll decide team comp next stream. In the meantime, we save and we're done. We're at the front gates of Moonrise Towers. We've literally completed everything on the fucking map. It's go time. It is go time. Thank you so much to everyone who joined for today's stream. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I really well play Helldivers. You know, I love Baldur's Gate, but man, if I do a Helldivers stream in the middle of all this Baldur's Gate, don't be surprised. Just yeah, don't be surprised. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging out, Boba Newt. You're a real one. What else am I missing? Exclamation mark. Discord. I have a Discord. Come chat me. Come chat with me. Come chat me up. I talk about the random shit. And I have, it feels like a blog. My Discord server is like my own personal blog, and it's just full of fursuits. I post a lot of fursuits, or like I show off a lot of fursuits that I see that I think look cool. Okay, we're out of here. I should have like an ending song. Do I have any songs? Do I have any like I don't know. Fuck, I don't have any. Do I really not have any music on this computer? Oh. Oh well, just imagine this is a raid song. La la la. This is the raid song. Let's find someone to raid. La 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 la. This is the raid song. I'm looking around, double looking around, looking around, looking around. We have options. We have options. Wow, we actually for once have options. Holy shit. We're gonna do hyena snacks. He's a cool guy. Cool bean. Very, very nice. Very kind. They're playing Lethal Company. Alright, yeah. Should we do a raid message? Nah, I can't wait. Nah, I can't think of anything. I'm just gonna do you know, I'm gonna do the thing now. Oh, my brain is so fucking fried. This is the raid song. Raid song. This is the raid song. Goodbye. This is the raid song. Goodbye. This is the raid song. Goodbye. Who just sombreroed me? Fat squirrel. I knew it. Alright. Adios.